Chapter 1524. Old Gu had the urge to beat Zhou Bo to death, especially after seeing the latter's mocking smile. In his half-rotten state, Zhou Bo was still staring at him as if he was a naughty boy, regarding him as a junior. I can't help but admire you. Back then, you had Li Su's protection, and now you've found a little monster. In a sense, you're not a complete failure as a negative example. Who is Old Gu? After hearing Zhou Bo mocking him once again, he immediately turned into a big spittle. His saliva splattered in all directions. Old Zhou, you scoundrel with half your body in the grave and about to rot. Look carefully. I'm also a Grand Origin Realm expert. I don't need to rely on anyone. I'm destined to be invincible in this world. You're so powerful and so smug, but aren't you also at this level? Moreover, you're old and half-rotten, while I'm the morning sun rising from the east, full of vigor and vitality. The future belongs to young people like me. How old are you? Still pretending to be young. You only have a layer of smooth skin. As for the rest of your body, ask others, which part of you isn't old? Especially your soul light, your spirit. It's as filthy as prehistoric times. You'll never amount to anything. You're still a classic case of failure. Zhou Bo's mouth was vicious and didn't spoil Old Gu at all. I'll support my younger brother in this life and raise him into an immortal emperor myself. Old Gu was proud and disdainful. He didn't want to challenge Zhou Bo anymore. Following this, he immediately thought of his organization, supporting the emperor. His heart was beating like a drum. Could it be that it was going to come true? Was it going to be someone else instead of him? Let's all talk less. Let's get ready before we set off. Chu Feng spoke. Otherwise, with Old Gu's big spittle and Zhou Bo's vicious tongue, it was guaranteed that they wouldn't stop beating each other's mouths. Chu Feng whispered to Zhou Shi, telling her that he was going to leave temporarily to evolve. What? You're going to evolve again? Zhou, she was astonished. Her little red mouth was slightly open and her face was full of worry. Chu Feng's evolution speed was too abnormal. She was afraid that something would happen to him. Lady, she understood Chu Feng the best. She had gone through thick and thin with him in the little netherworld and had been with him for a long time. She had witnessed how he rose to power with her own eyes. How long had it been? It had only been more than 10 years since he entered the world of the living. Yet Chu Feng was about to advance again. She was afraid that he would embark on a path of no return. What are you talking about? The other members of the Zhou clan were astonished. Someone had heard their conversation. When they learned that Chu Feng was going to evolve, they were all dumbfounded. Was there any logic to this? A young madman had only been in the Yang realm for a dozen years and was already a Grand Empyrean. He still wanted to evolve further. Was he going to enter the realm of the Almighty? Everyone was shocked. This is not fair. This was especially true for the group of youngsters from his Zhou clan. Zhou Shi's cousins were all in a daze. It could be said that they were greatly stimulated. They could all be considered dragons and phoenixes among men. After all, they were the direct descendants of the sixth orthodoxy in the Yang realm. But compared to Chu Feng, they felt that they were far inferior. I say, little Shi, what kind of monster did you find? Zhou Shi's cousin couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Yeah, how are we supposed to live like this? He felt his face burning. Don't tell me that he's already prepared to compete with the old ancestors of the clan and be on equal footing. A beautiful girl also spoke. Her former self-confidence had now been greatly shaken. Long day you really wanted to say, did you guys just realize? This dragon has already suffered countless blows. The most hateful thing is that everything started with me being the scapegoat. The strange dragon's old brother, Chi Feng, was also speechless. He maintained his silence. This young man they had just met had brought them too many surprises. They were almighties who had survived from prehistory. What kind of geniuses hadn't they seen before? But this kind of special case still deeply shocked them. I've never heard of an almighty being under 500 years old. Even Zhou Bo sighed. What 500 years old? Those under thousands of years old are all just rumors. If we really go to verify it, it's not credible. This is too abnormal. Another old monster corrected. Don't take the risk. Zhou Shi looked at Chu Feng. Her seriousness was full of worry. This kind of evolution speed was simply killing oneself and walking towards self-destruction. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Chu Feng gave her a confident smile to reassure her. "I'm afraid you won't be able to turn back in the future and won't be able to see the real you in time," Zhou Shi said softly. Those who advanced too quickly in the past never had a good ending. Even if they managed to survive in the end, it was a life worse than death. Their tormented spiritual bodies were completely reduced to prisoners in rotting bodies. "Don't be impatient. You need to calm down." Old Gu also strongly opposed, believing that something would definitely happen to Chu Feng if he continued like this. "We can test him," Zhou said. The Zhou clan was so powerful that they had mastered one of the strongest breathing techniques in the Yang realm. They were ranked 6th among orthodoxies and had never been shaken since ancient times. In some eras, they were ranked even higher. They had a special method to examine the state of an evolver to see if he was still suitable to use pollen to continue his transformation. Chu Feng was surprised. Was the clan's method so powerful? He didn't oppose it. He also wanted to see how his current situation was. In the end, Chu Feng was sent into a pure white palace hall. Its entire body was made of bone and didn't give off a gloomy feeling. It was as if it was constructed from fine jade. According to the Zhou clan, the previous owner of the white bone should have been a creature that had reached the end and was even trying to continue the broken path. Therefore, even the material of this pure white bone hall was unimaginable, and using the orphan of this creature to test it was the most appropriate. After being refined by the Zhou clan's predecessors, countless symbols were carved on it and connected to the pollen path between heaven and earth. It could be considered a priceless treasure. Very soon, the pure white bone hall glowed and became almost transparent. Even the people outside could see what state Chu Feng was in. Chu Feng was astonished. What did he see? Countless light particles were floating between heaven and earth and sprinkling down on the mountains and rivers. This bone hall was indeed extraordinary. He once again saw the blurry essence of the pollen path. In particular, he looked in a certain direction. That was the boundary wall of the Yang realm. He could actually see it. The light particles there were especially dense and boiling. Chu Feng's expression was absent-minded as he thought of many things. The unification of the Yang realm and the return of all the heavens to one required war and countless killings. Could it be that this would allow the hidden secrets of the pollen path to be better revealed? Perhaps the people behind the 3 monarch weapons, as well as the main sacrificer, had wanted this outcome. Harvesting all the worlds was meaningless to those creatures. What were they looking for? Could it be the light particles, the source of the pollen path, to make them all reappear? The people outside the bone hall were also observing Chu Feng. They were even more astonished and soon became astonished. There were even some who were full of worry. Through the special white bone wall, they could reflect part of Chu Feng's state. The dense fog around his body actually somewhat restrained the bone hall and prevented it from completely revealing itself. Of course, only a part of the truth was revealed. Everyone was flabbergasted and even horrified. The details of Chu Feng's body were magnified limitlessly. They could see that some parts of him were rotting and emitting a terrifying aura, as if he would die at any moment. From the outside, he looked like a skeleton standing in the dense fog. A large part of his body was withering and constantly being corroded, emitting an aura of decay. What's going on? Even the old man was horrified. He didn't understand the secret of the Zhou clan's bone hall. Long Daiyu's scalp went numb. Is Chu Feng going to die? Zhou Bo's expression was solemn. This is his future. Yes, to be more precise, it's something that might happen if he evolves again. The situation is very grim. Next, another old man explained, don't worry. Everyone who enters the ancient hall will see a rotting body. It might even be worse than his. That was because if the true body was reflected, it meant that there would be no problem with evolving again. There wouldn't be any risks. But for an old fellow at the great origin realm like Zhou Bo, if he evolves again, he would become a cosmic realm entity. Since ancient times, how many people had succeeded in evolving into a cosmic realm entity. Therefore, if Zhou Bo and the old man were to enter the Bone Hall, the scene they would see would be even more frightening. This is also very frightening. Chu Feng can't evolve anymore. Zhou, she spoke, worried for Chu Feng. An old man said, based on his current state, he should wait for at least 10,000 years to eliminate this hidden danger. Only then can he continue. If Chu Feng heard this, he would definitely go crazy. He didn't have the time to cool down for 10,000 years. He wanted nothing more than to immediately ascend to the peak. Because in this era, even the heavens had reached the end. There was no time for an individual to accumulate anything. If he couldn't reach the ultimate, he would die. However, right now, the group of people were all moved and even shocked. The youths of the Zhou clan, in particular, were incomparably envious and shocked. In just 10,000 years, this Chu Feng would be able to ascend to the realm of the great existences? This speed was absolutely shocking. Even though this speed wouldn't necessarily place him in the top few, it was still quite close to the top. Yes, if he's lucky enough, he might be able to evolve again in a few thousand years. Zhou Bo added. At this time, even the strange dragon and the old man were speechless. This kind of freakish speed made them speechless. It was simply too fast. One had to know, just what had they paid in order to advance so quickly in this generation? An entire generation. From prehistory until now, they had been accumulating. That was the most precious time. They had abandoned their relatives and forgotten their former beauties in exchange for this life's foundation. Chu Feng came out of the Bone Hall. As expected, when he heard the Zhou clan's legendary elder advising him to wait for another 10,000 years, he went crazy. He could wait, but would the world wait for him? The source of the mysteries, the ominous lord, the sacrificial ground, and the master sacrificer were all about to appear. If he didn't become stronger, he wouldn't have a chance. Moreover, there were mysterious existences that wanted to return by stepping on emperor bones. And all of these showed that there were secrets unknown to others in this world. Even the supreme beings above the heavens couldn't sit still and wanted to fight for something. Too slow. Could it be that my aptitude is so bad that I'm not suitable for evolution? Chu Feng muttered. Everyone, even the Zhou clan's legendary elder's face twitched. Are you serious? Who are you scolding? The strange dragon wanted to spit at him. The old man couldn't help but want to beat him to death. He thought about how he had voluntarily fallen into the manor of hell and turned into the 9 netherworlds for the sake of this generation. He hadn't even complained about it, but Chu Feng was saying that 10,000 years was too slow. This bastard Chu Feng actually dared to be so unsatisfied. Was he doing this on purpose? No one wanted to talk to him, including the young direct descendants of the Zhou clan who were originally envious of him. At this time, they all shut their mouths and didn't want to speak. Chu Feng looked up at the sky and sighed. Who would have thought that I would encounter a setback in life, a shackle that's hard to break? 10,000 years, I really can't wait. How could they persuade or praise such a person? Originally, the Zhou clan's legendary elder wanted to excitedly tell him that this kind of talent was rare since ancient times and that the speed was fast enough. After a period of accumulation, he would definitely reach the ultimate realm. But now, the Zhou clan's elders all had dark expressions and swallowed their words. Only Zhou Bo spoke. I saw carefully just now. There's something strange about your body. At the same time, when the future is rotting, you also have wisps of exuberant vitality. You're in a delicate state of balance. Perhaps you can break through the confinement and break through in a better direction. This will shorten the accumulation time. I will break through. 10,000 years is too long. Chu Feng nodded solemnly. Are you serious? The group was speechless. Chu Feng, Old Gu, and the others went on their way. Under the accompaniment of the Zhou clan's elders and old monsters, they rushed to the boundary wall. Now, at the place where the 2 worlds were connected, many figures stood. Not only were there fallen true immortals, but there were also ultimate beings from the Yang realm. In addition, such a major event could be said to have attracted the attention of the world. Apart from peerless powerhouses, Large numbers of people from various races also came to watch the battle from a close distance. At this time, the three ultimate powerhouses from the Yang realm fell into the abyss of the three fallen true immortals. They were still fighting, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. No one had decided the winner. Perhaps the first to break free and subdue the fallen true immortals would be the Feather Emperor. At this moment, everyone in the world was paying attention to this scene. They were waiting for the Feather Emperor to suppress his opponents and look down on all immortals. There was blood on the ground in the distance. This was the result of a battle between beings below the true immortal realm. Unexpectedly, there were also divine beams flowing in the bloody mist. There were golden lotuses of the great Tao rooted in the void, and sweet springs surged on the ground. It set off the bloody and auspicious coexistence of this place. Don't kill. In the end, we are all on the same side. We look forward to the help of the Yang realm fellow Taoists to help us get rid of the source of the disease. A fallen true immortal spoke and instructed the powerful clansmen not to kill the heavenly venerables and origin chaos super elite disciples of the various races in the Yang realm. That was right. In the eyes of the true immortals, no matter how old the origin chaos creatures were, they were all junior disciples. Even if a great heavenly venerable ate a life-extending medicine and lived from the prehistoric era until now, he was still a junior. Was the fallen true immortal showing goodwill? However, the blood on the ground explained everything. The contest here wasn't simple. There were too many great clans from the Tao race, Ji race, Peng race, Six-Ear Macaque race, and so on. Some were unmoved, while others were full of worry. For example, the quasi-mortal race had also come. They had to go to the battlefield in the end. Some of the top clans in the Yang realm enjoyed enough resources and were respected by the world. When a realm war broke out and the Yang realm encountered a great crisis, they had to fulfill their duty and take the initiative to go to the battlefield. Chu Feng was surprised. He saw a familiar person. There was an extremely handsome man with a frown on the quasi-immortal race's side. It was Ing Wudi. He couldn't have been brought here to be cannon fodder, right? Chu Feng guessed. In reality, many people from various clans had come. There were core descendants and the strongest disciples in their clans. Naturally, there were also elite disciples destined to bleed for the sake of their clans. Ing Wudi was very strong in the Little Yin realm and was ranked at the top of his generation. After arriving in the Yang realm, he received the nourishment of a complete great world as a seed of the Yin realm and could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. But unfortunately, he still couldn't be considered a core member of the quasi-mortal race, so he was in danger of dying when he followed the clan in a battle this time. At this moment, inside the quasi-mortal race, Ing Xiao Xiao, Ing Jiaxian, and many of the clan's powerhouses were looking at the realm wall through a huge treasure mirror. The two sisters were incomparably worried that Ing Wudi would die. "Ah, Chu Feng, why did he go?" Ing Xiao Xiao cried out in a low voice. She was very worried. She was incomparably shocked. Was the human trafficker crazy? Wasn't he afraid of being killed by the martial emperor's bloodline? Moreover, even though he was very strong, could he participate in the exceptional battle there? Damn, who did I see? Great demon Chu has appeared, and his true body has descended. He's really too arrogant. What kind of signal is he sending? In a certain clan, the old donkey's reincarnation, the distinguished and elegant Lu Bohu, was immediately dumbstruck. Before long, many people gradually paid attention to Chu Feng, but he didn't really care. The old monster of the Zhou clan had followed him, so there was no problem for him to appear in his true body. Besides, he originally wanted to establish his name and didn't want to hide anymore. He looked at Ing Wudi, who wasn't far away, and thought of some things from the past. Every time this fellow saw him together with his elder and younger sister, his face would be as black as the bottom of a pot. Chu Feng couldn't help but greet him. "Ing Haizi, call me elder brother, and I'll guarantee your safety a while." Ing Wudi suddenly raised his head and saw this familiar old friend. He was sure that he wasn't seeing things, and that he wasn't hearing things. How dare this demon appear here? He opened his mouth. Third Sect Master. Chapter 1525. Ingwudi's expression was truly beautiful. He was gritting his teeth, astonished, shocked, puzzled, bewildered, helpless, and horrified. In a split second, his expression changed again and again. He had never thought that Chu Feng would be so reckless. Had he eaten the Celestial Emperor's gall? He actually dared to come here in his true form. From the bottom of his heart, he sympathized with Chu Feng and had good intentions, but he also strongly rejected him. That was because this demon was always flirting with his sister. Every time they met, he had the urge to beat this human trafficker until he was half crippled. However, he really wasn't a match for him. He hadn't won from the beginning until now. Moreover, the distance between them grew larger and larger. That was why he had a dark expression every time they met. Chu Feng immediately reprimanded him impolitely after seeing his expression. "You're an older sister complex and a crazy sissy demon. Every time you see me, your face looks like it has fallen into a coal pit. It's so dark that the people around you seem to be glowing in the middle of the night." Ingwudi was furious. He hadn't even gotten angry yet, but this demon who harassed his sister every time had already started to spit at him. What kind of person was he? His strength was inferior, and he really couldn't compare with this freak in the field of evolution. Ingwudi could only shut his mouth and choose to ignore him. The people of the quasi-immortal race were astonished. Some of them whispered and began to discuss. At present, the demon Chu Feng had long since been hunted and ranked first on the Yang Realm Divine List. The so-called Divine List was the Divine Hunting List. No one else had the honor of being first on the list below the Celestial Venerables. This meant that there were people madly trying to kill him. In a sense, the bounty for being first on the Divine List was much higher than that of many people on the Celestial Venerables hunting list. Only major powers could push him up. It could be said that more than one powerful orthodoxy wanted to kill him. For example, 2 Celestial Venerables from the Martial Emperor's lineage had been killed in succession. They were both the Martial Madman's disciples. In addition, there were several dark powers in the underground world who had also suffered calamities. They had been robbed by this demon. A few days ago, the underground world was wiped out. Later, it was proven that it was all done by this human trafficker. He was unhappy that someone wanted to kill him, so he took the initiative to run over and take action first. If it was also revealed that he was G-Dade, then the human King Mo clan would also go crazy. Back then, they had chased him and longed to you all over the world. He's crossed paths with you guys before. At this stage, his strength seems to have increased at an astonishing rate. Even the 6th orthodoxy of the Yang realm, the Zhou clan, is walking together with him. Does this person have great potential? Someone in the quasi-mortal race's mountain gate whispered as he tried to understand the situation from Ingzhixian. How strong was Chu Feng? The old monster of the quasi-saint race wanted to get to the bottom of it. Why did the Zhou clan dare to protect him and not care about the feelings of the martial monarchs and other forces? Ing Zhexian's expression was calm as she informed the clan's elders that Chu Feng might have entered the celestial venerable domain. She had a rather good understanding of this old friend style of doing things. If he didn't have a certain level of strength to protect himself, this old friend wouldn't have appeared like this. It was impossible for him to entrust his life to someone else. Soon after, the expressions of all clans changed, all of them a bit stupefied. That crazy young man named Chu Feng. What level of opponent was he looking at? The primordial chaos level. He dared to kill a powerhouse? This was too absurd. No one believed that a youth could have such high strength. This was simply unrealistic. The curtains had yet to fall on the battle between the 3 great fallen true immortals and the ultimate creature, and the outcome was unknown. And on this side, the fallen below the true immortal level weren't simple characters. Every single one of them was very strong, ranging from great heavenly venerables to great primordial chaos and above. There was blood on the ground. Although no one from the Yang realm died in the battle with them not long ago, some people were seriously injured, and their blood dyed the battlefield red. At this stage, no one was willing to enter the battlefield lightly. The group of people from the Zhou clan naturally attracted attention because, as a strong clan from the Yang realm, they had to pay a certain amount of contribution and they hadn't even made a move yet. Chu Feng walked out from the Zhou clan's troops. What did this mean? There was no doubt that he was entering the battlefield on behalf of the Zhou clan. For a moment, many people revealed strange expressions. They wanted to see whether it was worth it for the Zhou clan to take the risk of offending the martial monarch and being at odds with the underground world to rope in this crazy young man. Old Gu also walked out and advanced and retreated together with him. Who is the strongest among you? Chu Feng was very direct. He looked at the group of fallen powerhouses in front of him. None of them were weak. It had to be said that this system was terrifying. Each of them had an astonishing amount of hidden energy, and each of them was like a dark war immortal. You want to challenge the strongest? Hell, we'll let you choose. A man covered in black and gold armor spoke. He looked like a young man, but this person had definitely lived for a long time. He was full of vigor, and his eyes were like two ancient abysses. Not to mention the others. Even a top powerhouse at the great primordial chaos level like Old Gu felt his heart palpitate. After looking at him, his soul was about to sink. This was a fallen powerhouse, close to the true immortal level. It could be said that he was half a step away from true immortal. This kind of creature was too powerful. Unless a fallen great universe-level powerhouse attacked, no one was his opponent. Apart from him, there were a few people standing in a row with him. They were also close to the level of fallen true immortals, and all of them were top powerhouses below true immortals. Chu Feng grinned. No matter how frivolous he was, he wouldn't court death. Fighting a fallen true immortal was no different from suicide. Old Gu, I'll leave these to you, said Chu Feng. Old Gu's head shook like a rattledrum. What a joke. He was very strong, almost invincible among almighty beings, but when it came to a quasi-true immortal, it was better to forget about it. Unless he had a permanent Tao fruit, or he could become a rotten Great Universe level life form. The Great Universe level was a huge leap. When he first entered, his entire body would be rotten. If he wanted to kill a true fallen true immortal, it would be extremely difficult and costly. It would be terrifying in the later stages. Chu Feng looked at them one by one and made his choice seriously. This was shocking. Was he really going to start a war with a quasi-true immortal? What about the rest of you? Chu Feng looked at the others. If we use your Yang Realm's combat power standard to classify, I'm at the great primordial chaos level. The man in silver armor was very young. He had an imposing appearance and was bursting with heroism. However, his pupils were pitch black like two black holes, making one's hair stand on end. Let me ask again, who is the weakest among you? Chu Feng asked, who was willing to admit that they were weak. However, someone still spoke in the end. It was the few people at the back. They only said that their realms were still low. The implication was that they might be very strong in the future. The so-called low realms were actually all great heavenly venerables and above. These were the evolvers sent by the fallen immortal royal family, and they were all the elites among the elites. Old Gu, pick a big one. Don't weaken your own identity, Chu Feng said solemnly. Then, he also began to pick an opponent and said, who is the weakest? Fight me. Everyone was speechless. You called out so fiercely, but in the end, you chose the weakest? The corners of the mouths of many old monsters from the Yang realm twitched. Was this youth reliable? He didn't want to be punched to death. I want to fight a primordial chaos expert, but not a great primordial chaos. Old Gu also spoke domineeringly. Are you looking for someone with a permanent Tao fruit in the primordial chaos domain? Asked a woman from the fallen immortal royal family. She had a graceful figure and a head full of long blue hair. Her face was exquisite and flawless, spotlessly white like jade. Her eyes were similarly as black as the abyss. She wore a green gold armor and looked valiant and formidable. She stared at Old Gu and told him that she was a permanent primordial chaos entity. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a young woman was actually from the Hung generation. Who could be her match in the primordial chaos domain? Old Gu spoke righteously, and then he refused. Forgive me for not keeping you company. I only look for primordial chaos powerhouses. I won't fight with those of the Hung generation. Everyone was speechless again. Why were you so righteous and awe-inspiring? You were clearly avoiding battle and running away. So why did it sound so bright and resplendent from your mouth? Not to mention the others. Even the strange dragon in the Zhou clan felt hot on behalf of Chu Feng and Old Gu. He muttered in a low voice, "This dragon is really ashamed to be in the same group as you." The graceful woman in green gold armor had a very cold expression on her beautiful face. She said, "I'm sorry, we don't have ordinary primordial chaos entities here. If they aren't great primordial chaos, then they are permanent Tao immortals." This, Old Gu was also helpless. This person looks very familiar. He can't be that. Gu Chenhai, right? Finally, someone recognized Old Gu's identity. After all, he was Li Su's brother in the past. No matter how disappointing he would still be noticed and recognized by the people of the world when he was at the side of that dazzling giant. Even though many years had passed and the prehistoric era had faded away, there were still old fellows present who recognized him. At this moment, Old Gu had no way to retreat. He couldn't afford to lose face and be recognized. As Li Su's brother, he absolutely couldn't let others look down on him. Damn it, why are the fallen immortal royal families all so freakish? I became a great primordial chaos, and I wanted to come here to look down on all heroes and release immeasurable radiance. In the end, this freakish race is all from the Great Generation and the Hung Generation. Old Gu was furious. Of course, everyone knew that it was impossible for the fallen immortal royal families to not have normal primordial chaos creatures. That level was already considered a great expert. However, today was a special occasion. Those who came were all elites among elites. Without special Tao fruits, they couldn't join this team. Then come a great primordial chaos powerhouse. I will suppress him and help you cut down the darkness and break away from the fallen race. Old Gu had his hands behind his back and pretended to be invincible. Then black flames throbbed, and Old Gu directly disappeared. No one would have thought that the fallen immortal royal family's life form would be so decisive and so fast. After hearing his challenge, he rushed over without saying a word. An abyss covered Old Gu and swallowed him inside. Mother of asterisk her, so inconsiderate. Old Gu was unbearably angry. He completely stopped pretending and began to resist inside the abyss. He wanted to obliterate the so-called darkness and let this person shine again. Chu Feng walked forward and said calmly, "Come, great heavenly venerable fallen race, powerhouses, please stand in a row. I will help you purify your bodies one by one, baptize your soul light, and restore your original appearance." At first, everyone felt like he wasn't reliable. After all, he first asked who was the strongest, but in the end, he challenged the weakest. However, now everyone was moved. It was because he began to release radiance, symbols covering his entire body. He was extremely powerful, and the most important thing was that he was a great heavenly venerable. Everyone sighed. Just now, they overlooked many things. This was just a youth, yet now, he already possessed the legendary great heavenly venerable Tao fruit. This type of accomplishment was simply too shocking. Normally speaking, how could a creature of this age be this powerful? If this was said out loud, everyone would feel that it was absurd and unreal. "I will come." Someone walked up. He wore pure golden armor, his appearance dignified and heroic. This was an extremely powerful male. He confronted Chu Feng, about to fight. Chi! A streak of light entered the golden-armored male's abyss. Chu Feng didn't say any unnecessary words. He was extremely daring, directly taking the initiative to jump in and start the battle. Up until now, the Yang Realm side still hadn't obtained exciting results. The main thing was that the Buddha clan's ultimate creature was defeated, burned to ashes by the black flames, causing their morale to drop greatly. Meanwhile, Feather Emperor and the other two ultimate experts were still fighting against the three great fallen true immortals, unable to struggle free. Now, creatures below the true immortal level were also fighting. Feather Emperor is about to succeed. He's about to come out. Someone cried out in alarm. His opponent, the powerful true immortal that appeared the earliest, released brilliance from his abyss. It was no longer pitch black like ink, starting to shine brilliantly, sparkling and translucent. An endless rain of light scattered down, covering half the sky. Feather Emperor was currently slowly struggling free from within. Soon, he would be able to purify this fallen true immortal, emerging with a great victory. At this moment, the entire world's attention was focused on this battle. The various clans needed Feather Emperor's magnificent victory to display his divine might, display the immeasurable depths of the Yang realm. This way, they could warn the various worlds not to lightly start a war with the Yang realm. The various great inheritances, including the Hung clan, Dao clan, Yuan clan, Ji clan, and others, were all paying close attention to this battle. The slightly inferior Peng clan, Six-Eared Macaque clan, Quasi-Mortal clan, and others were also paying close attention. Moreover, they were discussing internally whether this lineage would truly have hope of ruling the Yang realm after Feather Emperor's great victory. Qin Luoyin, the Divine Temple's fairies, and some people with roots from the prehistoric era, including even the Martial Emperor, were paying close attention to this battle. Feather Emperor has won. That's a peerless expert among the fallen true immortals. His opponent has been defeated, so he's going to thoroughly suppress and purify him. Someone shouted excitedly. What he said was the truth. That wasn't an ordinary fallen true immortal, but a peak expert among them. The decaying creatures of the universe couldn't deal with him at all. However, at this moment, a resplendent brilliance blossomed from his side, completely tearing apart the darkness and being the first to struggle free. Who? Everyone was shocked. Everyone looked in that direction. It was actually that young madman, Chu Feng. Didn't he just jump into the abyss? How did he break out in an instant? Everyone was shocked. Did he fail and get his life spared? Was he released? But it didn't look like it at all. That abyss clearly became brilliant and was no longer dark. Moreover, there were golden lotuses everywhere, and a rain of light scattered over a large area. It was as divine as the birth of a heavenly country. Chapter 1526. The abyss was dazzling, pouring down a rain of light. There were even golden Tao lotuses accompanying it. This shocking scene left everyone stupefied. That young madman succeeded, purifying a great Empyrean, allowing this fallen expert to completely recover, completely returning from the darkness. However, this type of accomplishment was too fast, exceeding everyone's expectations. Didn't he just jump into the abyss? In the end, he broke free in an instant. This type of speed, this type of battle result, made everyone feel like it was unreal. It was like a thunderstorm sweeping through everything. In just a few breaths of time, he suppressed a fallen great Empyrean. The pure golden armor around this fallen immortal king male's body was extremely bright. His eyes were no longer dark and empty, but instead had astonishing brilliance. One could see that his body was shining, some type of divine symbol engraved on it. It was as if there was a sea of energy in his abdomen, devouring the energy of the Yang realm. His vertebrae released crackling sounds, as if a great dragon was rising up, roaring towards the heavens. His four limbs spread out, as if they were connected to the 8 wastelands of the cosmos. His 5 viscera were resplendent, and there were sounds of scriptures being chanted. Meanwhile, his head even more so erupted with immortal light, extending towards his entire body. I've broken free, I've returned again. This great Empyrean released a low roar. He suddenly raised his head towards the heavens, and then he lowered his head to look at his clenched fists. The abyss behind him was no longer pitch black, becoming divine. Meanwhile, the inauspicious figure within dissipated, and then it completely collapsed. The so-called abyss, after becoming extremely brilliant, gradually merged with his flesh. He really did it, succeeding before the Feather Emperor, purifying a great Empyrean. Someone said with a sigh. This was a place where the wind and clouds gathered, the eyes of the entire world. Everyone in the Yang realm was paying attention to the great confrontation here. No one expected that the youth who appeared halfway would be the first to purify a fallen immortal king. Originally, the creatures of the Yang realm's Harmony province were all preparing to cheer, chanting the invincibility of the Feather Emperor. But now, there was a youth who powerfully slaughtered his way out. Even though there was no need to doubt the Feather Emperor's strength, defeating a terrifying true immortal, this type of accomplishment was enough to shake the world. However, letting this youth be half a step ahead was still a bit of a fly in the ointment. Not far out, the Feather Emperor came out. He truly had the bearing of a heaven-warping emperor, releasing an endless rain of light. His entire being was extremely hazy, continuously releasing resplendent radiance. There was a formless great power, becoming one with heaven and earth, resisting all of the experts from the fallen immortal king race. Before him, that fallen true immortal was baptized and purified. He bowed towards him, showing him a great show of respect. Many thanks to Tao friend. Your divine might truly is matchless. Fallen true immortal said with a sigh, completely struggling out from the darkness. He was extremely courteous towards Feather Emperor, carrying respect. This type of creature could break through realm walls with a raise of its hand, able to suppress powerful races alone. Yet now, it had the intention of submitting. This caused everyone to be greatly shocked. It could actually make a peerless fallen, true, immortal feel reverence. Everyone's gaze fell on him. Tao brother is too polite. The Feather Emperor spoke, calm and unhurried. His divine aura pervaded the air, radiance illuminating everything, affecting the entire world, making the other fallen immortal king race experts' darkness force weaken a bit. Was he going to suppress the fallen immortal royal family by himself? It had to be said that his current calm and unhurried style made others feel a type of unmatched confidence, as if he could solve all problems. This is Feather Emperor, someone who has never been defeated. Someone said with a sigh, correct, he has the reputation of the undefeated Feather Emperor. Even an old monster spoke up. The Feather Emperor's strength far exceeded the imagination of the people of the world. Even the fallen true immortals were convinced, expressing their respect, making everyone in the Yang realm cheer. It had to be said that the Feather Emperor, whose entire body was submerged in radiance, stole Chu Feng's limelight. After he walked out from the abyss, it was as if an undying emperor emerged into the world, suppressing this place alone. The Feather Emperor's reputation is well-deserved. Even a certain clan elder from the top 10 great inheritances was speaking softly, feeling extremely shocked. As for the Peng race, quasi-mortal race, and the others, they were all shocked as well, sighing endlessly in admiration. It was clearly Chu Feng who slaughtered his way out first, the first to suppress the fallen immortal royal family expert. So why is the Feather Emperor being revered by the people of the world first? Within the quasi-mortal race, Ying Xiaoxiao was discontent, muttering there. She wasn't on the battlefield, so it was useless even if she complained. Apart from her own race, no one else could hear her. She had a head of long silver hair that was brilliant, soft, and as long as her waist. Now, she had long since become an exceptionally beautiful young lady and was no longer the silver-haired Lolita from before. The Feather Emperor is really too tyrannical. He alone can suppress an entire world. He purified an exceptional true immortal, so it's naturally easy for him to steal the other people's limelight. It can only be said that as long as this kind of person exists in this world, it's very difficult for others to stand out. An old monster from the quasi-immortal race sighed with emotion. This could also be considered an explanation for Ying Xiaoxiao. Ying Xiaoxiao was even more dissatisfied. Beside her, the fairy-like Ying Zhexian didn't say anything. She only quietly looked at the scene reflected in the treasure mirror. The Feather Emperor is unrivaled. Perhaps he will surpass everyone and become the main character of this era. On a certain famed mountain, an old monster even made this kind of judgment. Just like in the past, he has never been defeated. On a mountain peak, the former Qin Luoyin, who is also the current fairy Qin Yin, was also speaking softly. Her entire body was covered in multicolored light. Clearly, ever since she awakened her past life, she was also rapidly becoming stronger. At this moment, the Feather Emperor's radiance sprinkled down. His entire person seemed to be standing at the end of the supreme Great Tao as he illuminated everything in the world in an auspicious manner. Without a doubt, the current him had become the sole focal point of the world. At this moment, he moved. He held something in his hands and indicated to the Buddhist race that he was going to give it to them. After seeing what it was, everyone was gobsmacked. It was a Buddhist relic that was perfectly round, sparkling, and translucent. It was as big as a longan, but there was a wisp of black pattern on it that corroded the Buddhist relic's wisp of origin. That was left behind by the ultimate powerhouse of the Buddhist race. Although it had been burned to ashes, it still left a trace of vitality. Many thanks to the Feather Emperor. Many people from the Buddhist race saluted and expressed their sincere gratitude. Someone sighed and said, "The Feather Emperor is benevolent and righteous." He used his peerless magic power to purify the Buddhist relic that had fallen into darkness, washing away almost all the inauspiciousness. That powerhouse of the Buddhist race will definitely reappear one day. At this moment, it could be said that even though Chu Feng was the first to kill his way out and break free from the abyss, not many people paid attention to him. Everyone was looking at the Feather Emperor. "Thank you for your help, Dao friend." Finally, someone saluted Chu Feng to express his gratitude. It was the great heavenly venerable in golden armor. Boom! After a moment, just as everyone was praising the Feather Emperor, a powerful fluctuation spread out. Another abyss broke open and blood splattered in all directions. Old Gu's hair was disheveled, and he was in a rather sorry state as he rushed out. After all, he had become a great primordial chaos powerhouse and had just successfully crossed the tribulation. Therefore, this battle was very difficult. However, his background was still great, and he had grasped some kind of unrivaled art that Li Su had passed on to him. He had forcibly broken through the abyss and defeated his opponent, killing his way out of the land of darkness. I, Gu Chunhai, am #1 in the great primordial chaos domain. After he broke free, he began to publicize himself in such a high-profile manner. He wasn't humble at all. However, after everyone looked at him in astonishment, they all turned their heads and focused on the Feather Emperor again. Old Gu was speechless and a bit stunned. What kind of situation was this? Was there no one who could say a few nice words? No matter what, they should at least cry out in alarm. Then, he knew what was going on. The Feather Emperor had defeated a peerless, true immortal. That was an incomparably glorious battle accomplishment. Fallen true immortals transcended the shackles of the great realm and could almost be considered unmatched creatures. Now, the Feather Emperor had subdued one of them, so the whole world was shocked. Old Gu felt sour and couldn't help but say, #1 in the present age, undefeated battle accomplishment? It's not like I haven't seen it before. My big brother Li Su swept through the prehistoric era. Who dares to say that they can challenge him now? Back then, even a martial emperor was slapped unconscious by him. He directly exaggerated the battle accomplishment. It was clearly the martial emperor who had been hit by a brick and beaten until his head was bloody. But in the end, he said that he had been slapped unconscious. There were naturally disciples and grand disciples of the martial madman who had come to watch the battle from a close distance. In the end, when they heard such irresponsible words, they all glared angrily. "Brother, you also fought your way out? Faster than me." Old Gu saw that Chu Feng was chatting with a great deity of the fallen clan not far away and immediately went over to greet him. He wasn't surprised at all. After all, Chu Feng had 2 Dao fruits and was almost at the eternal deity level. Not to mention becoming enemies with a great deity, he could even kill an almighty being. Chu Feng is the first to kill his way out. Someone spoke. It was actually the young lady She. She had arrived. Now, she was aloof and otherworldly. She arrived at the realm wall while stepping on the rosy morning clouds. She was untainted by even a speck of dust, as if a fairy from the heavens had descended into this world. At this time, Many people looked over. They were astonished by the beauty of this young lady from the Zhou clan. At the same time, people couldn't help but look at Chu Feng again. After all, he had been mentioned again and again. At this time, even though his limelight had been stolen, he still drew everyone's attention. Old Gu walked over with a face full of smiles. Do you see? This is my brother Chu Feng, the current #1. He can see through the heavens and is invincible in the Empyrean realm. Everyone was speechless. They immediately realized that Gu Chanhai was dissatisfied with everyone's attitude. After all, his big brother Li Su had once been respected as the #1 ultimate powerhouse. Now, many people respected the Feather Emperor, which made him unhappy. In addition, the brother he recognized in the current world seemed to be extraordinary. It was somewhat inconceivable that he could suppress a great deity so quickly. If it wasn't for the appearance of the Feather Emperor, who shone brightly and attracted everyone's attention, many people would have exclaimed at Chu Feng's achievements. "Brother, can you still fight?" Old Gu asked in a low voice. "No problem." Chu Feng nodded. For him, there was no pressure at all, and he wasn't tired at all. "Brother, please help us escape the darkness." At this time, 3 fallen powerhouses spoke at almost the same time. They all had great deity fruits. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They could not pay attention to this place. If baptizing and purifying a great deity didn't attract everyone's attention, then suppressing 3 more alone would be too out of the ordinary. It was too terrifying. Was he going to sweep through all the fallen powerhouses in this realm alone? Everyone's hearts trembled, and they couldn't help but look over. The Feather Emperor was very strong, but could he fight against a fallen true immortal who was at the top of the realm? It would be very difficult, and he might not be able to do it. Chu Feng stepped forward and was ready to act. He was going to purify the 3 powerful fallen powerhouses by himself. The fallen immortals who could come to the world of the living were not ordinary. They had all achieved special Dao fruits and were extremely terrifying. Old Gu's eyes lit up. He was hopeful. As Li Su's sworn brother, he naturally hoped that the people around him could continue that kind of brilliance and glory. Everyone was paying attention. They held their breaths and watched quietly. The 3rd sect leader. Chapter 1527. Fallen Immortal King Race. An extremely powerful and terrifying race that would make one's expression change. They were previously the orthodox lineage of all worlds, obtaining the true inheritance of a celestial emperor. However now, their conclusion was extremely pitiful. They were all contaminated, their entire race corroded, losing their sense of self. In the present world, there were some people from this race that revived, awakening their past lives. However, in the eyes of some people in the world of the living, they still couldn't come to a conclusion. However, there was no need to doubt their strength. They had previously fought their way through the heavens, rarely encountering opponents. From past until now, whenever the fallen immortal race was mentioned, the expressions of all worlds would change. Right now, on the other side of Chu Feng, there were 3 fallen experts, all of them great heavenly deities. Even in the immortal race, they could be considered special Dao fruits, extremely powerful. The 3 of them were all extremely extraordinary. The energy density in their surroundings was astonishing. One of them had a head of golden hair that scattered down. He was like a sun god, even his hair engraved with fine but dazzling immortal race symbols. This type of creature was already close to Venerable Hung, could be said to be a peak expert in the same domain. Even if one traveled through all worlds, they still wouldn't be able to find many opponents. It was clear that this person was even stronger than the male Chu Feng purified just now. Even though he was standing there, not moving, the void was still blurry from the pressure, caving in. The immortal race symbols on his golden hair flickered, tearing apart the void, even more terrifying than divine swords. Unfortunately, the abyss behind him was too terrifying, indicating that he had fallen into darkness for a long time. The second person was a woman with snow-white skin, silvery white long hair, looking extremely beautiful. However, This person was extremely cold, especially her pair of pupils that were like black holes, devouring the surrounding energy, making one's soul feel like it was going to sink inside. Another creature close to Venerable hung, making one couldn't help but feel a chill run down their backs. Were all fallen immortal king races this talented, exceptionally powerful? They were great heavenly deities in name, but they were already at the peak of their domain, almost able to be called Venerable hung. There was no need to doubt that the third person wasn't weak either, to the extent where he even had traces of Venerable hung aura. This was a fallen immortal race that was destined to rise up. It was clear that these three were all going to walk the Venerable hung path. In the following time, they definitely had to achieve that type of Tao fruit, or else they wouldn't advance to become great figures. The three great experts stood there, emitting immortal clan runes. Their entire bodies were sparkling and translucent, Tao patterns interweaving, causing them to look extremely majestic. They stood tall in front and actually suppressed the celestial venerables on the Yang realm side. They couldn't help but fall back. They actually had the feeling of a flock of sheep encountering a lion king. They were awed. That kind of aura was truly terrifying. When the three of them stood side by side, it was enough to show disdain for a group of experts of the same domain. It was incomparably terrifying, causing the surrounding void to rumble. Some of the mountains in the distance were uprooted and cracked in midair. Chu Feng said, "Do you want to come one by one, or all at once?" When these words were spoken, everyone became quiet. Everyone was stupefied, and then they revealed expressions of shock. How confident was he? Suppressing three fallen powerhouses at the same time by himself? This was simply too conceited. A single mishap would result in his death, a tragic death in an instant. Let's start with me first. It's been so many years, I've even forgotten the taste of defeat. Don't disappoint me. The voice of the man with a head full of golden hair was low. His pupils were deep, and there was a kind of demonic nature to them. When people looked at his eyes, they couldn't help but think of the world collapsing and the scene of the planets falling and being destroyed. Once this person grew up, he would definitely become a terrifying fallen true immortal. He would be rather terrifying. A strand of fallen true blood flowed down from his forehead. The space between his brows seemed to have split open, and his entire body was about to be split into two. Behind him, the abyss became even clearer. It was pitch black and unfathomable. At this moment, everyone in the world was staring at this place. They were either at the scene in person or through a special crystal wall that reflected everything here. They were paying close attention to the battle situation. So powerful. It won't be long before this person becomes a hung venerable, someone said in a low voice. Not to mention others, even the elites of the 10 great orthodoxies of the Yang realm felt a kind of palpitation. They didn't have the confidence to face this fallen powerhouse. Chu Feng didn't say anything and directly walked forward. His large sleeves fluttered about. There was a type of immortal charm, and even more so, a type of domineeringness. With a Hong sound, he brought with him endless light as he entered that abyss. He was indeed fearless. His dual Tao fruits were already close to a venerable Hung. In a battle at the same level, who would he be afraid of? This time, he set his mind to carefully look at this abyss and study it a bit. Not long ago, things really happened too quickly. After he purified that creature, he still didn't see through this strange region. The main thing was that he was extremely cautious at that time. After all, it was the first time he entered such a strange and terrifying place. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, so he went all out and used his most powerful strength. The flesh turned into a cage. This is a combination of soul light and domain. In the end, it's a black hole formed from the flesh, soul, and domain. Chu Feng was astonished. He saw through a few things. Within the abyss, it was pitch black and boundless. No light could be seen. It was as if the universe had just begun to take shape and was about to explode at any time. In front of him, a vague void figure stood in the darkness. That was his opponent's strange body. It was one body with two dark sides that emitted a strong, inauspicious aura. Chu Feng didn't say anything. His fist smashed forward. It was too tyrannical and too ferocious. It was as if he was going to pierce through this dark universe and release light. Bang! In the pitch-black darkness, that creature opened its eyes. It was boundlessly terrifying. In a split second, the color of blood dyed this black abyss and corroded this primitive heaven and earth. Moreover, that strange energy, the inauspicious ancestral Taoist matter, all of it began to boil and completely corrode towards Chu Feng. At the same time, that creature blocked Chu Feng's fist. Only, it was shaken by Chu Feng's boundless fist imprint until it fell back again and again. It staggered as it moved and endured the boundless energy. And Chu Feng's gaze was intimidating. This kind of inauspicious matter, this kind of ancestral Taoist particle, entangled with a strong aura of darkness. The strange energy was too rich. He was sure that there was a special type of darkness matter here that wasn't inferior to the gray mist. It was extremely terrifying. If it was someone else here, something might really happen. This type of energy, this type of gloomy aura, continuously corroded the opponent's flesh and soul. No wonder it was so strenuous for those final experts to resist the true immortals. This wasn't only a confrontation of power, but also because of a certain type of mutual restraint. Within Chu Feng's body, the little gray grindstone slowly rotated, gradually neutralizing the darkness matter. It was absorbed and used by him. However, he didn't reveal anything, not wanting others to know about his ability. He didn't really trust the fallen immortal king race that much. Chu Feng walked up and observed the abyss. He was also staring at that inauspicious figure formed from symbols. He suddenly released the human king domain and smashed it over. He wanted to imprison the other party and carefully study it. An intense battle erupted. This person was a bit stronger than the great Empyrean from before after all. He was extremely powerful, and in the end he actually displayed a portion of the Eternal Venerable's power. He could actually fight fiercely against the current Chu Feng. Unfortunately, he encountered Chu Feng. He didn't waste much time before Chu Feng blasted him through, bringing with him a large amount of black blood. Was that formed from symbols, or was it true fallen immortal blood? Chu Feng walked over and imprisoned him. He squatted down and used his super fiery eyes to carefully observe him. He also used powerful energy to examine and probe his body. In addition, Chu Feng was also touching the abyss. He continuously analyzed it and wanted to thoroughly understand it. After a moment, he couldn't help but frown. He discovered that the situation wasn't good. It was very difficult to completely erase the darkness matter in this kind of abyss. Perhaps it would be born again soon. The so-called crushing of the abyss and completely exploding it. Was there any meaning in the end? You've also seen through it, right? The ominous figure underground said in a low voice. His voice was hoarse. In fact, this was a soul-light sound transmission. It just gave people a very real feeling, as if he was opening his mouth to speak. If the darkness could be erased and the true me reappeared, why would we need to wait until this era? Someone would have taken action a long time ago. After all, we were once the orthodox lineage, the descendants of the Celestial Emperor. Those predecessors wouldn't watch us sink into depravity and sink deep into the darkness. This creature was speaking in a low voice. He was very calm and also very cold, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. In reality, the abyss you want to scatter is the original true me. It's just that we can't turn back anymore. We'll forever sink into the dark burial earth. He sighed softly and raised his head. He looked towards the exit of the abyss as if he was searching for light. Living in hell, looking up at heaven. This is our fate. We can occasionally be as clear-headed as we are today, but most of the time, our sins are monstrous and we don't have a sense of self. His voice was very low and slow. It was also very calm, but he spoke of a bloody, despairing, and also very miserable truth. Was this the truth? Chu Feng was silent. Then who was that so-called awakened true body outside? We were previously the orthodox lineage, an immortal race that was developed through the Celestial Emperor's inheritance. If we could be redeemed, Why would we wait until now? He was still speaking. Chu Feng became silent. This was indeed the case. There were definitely people from the Celestial Emperor's bloodline who were still alive. If they could be saved, they would have taken action a long time ago. The one outside, he isn't the past me. I am the one. In the abyss, this creature became clear-headed, releasing a low roar. He finally had human emotions. He was extremely sorrowful, as if he was crying blood. Just how pitiful was their current state? It was the same for the entire tribe, not just him. The fallen immortal king race wept in the abyss, feeling despair in the darkness, sinking. No one could save them, only themselves looking up from hell, unable to be redeemed. Then who is that person outside? Chu Feng finally couldn't help but ask him. He is only a type of hope I have for a beautiful future. I hope that he will forever see light, not fall into darkness. He is my yearning. The inauspicious person said softly. Chu Feng felt gloomy. Was he still going to kill this man in the abyss? Just do it. At the very least, after you kill me, my hope for the future, he can live normally for a period of time, enjoy radiance and brilliance. The inauspicious man said. How long will it take for something to happen to him? Chu Feng asked. He should be able to live as long as a mortal's life. After that, he might die, or he might return to the darkness, forever sinking. The man said softly, a mortal's life was nothing more than a few decades, at most 100 years. The beautiful hope of the man in the abyss, in the end, why did it only last for such a short period of time? A mortal's life, if one lives it to the fullest, lives it brilliantly, it is already long enough. The man's voice became more and more overcast. Chu Feng became silent. He really couldn't do it, feeling incomparable sympathy for this man. In reality, many people from the fallen immortal king race were like this. Just do it. There is no need to sympathize with me. The darkness will return. I will no longer be me. You will see my cold-blooded, cruel, and ruthless side. There is no need to hesitate. I was previously resplendent through the years, exceptionally powerful among my peers. I do not need anyone's sympathy. This man spoke, extremely serious, asking Chu Feng to take action. When he saw that Chu Feng didn't move, he spoke again, saying, my beautiful hope, my heart's brilliance, lives in the outside world. He is still here. Chi. Finally, taking advantage of his last bit of clear-headedness, he threw himself at Chu Feng's human king domain, taking the initiative to die. Otherwise, as an inauspicious creature in the darkness, it would be difficult for him to even get rid of himself. Chu Feng brandished his fist. In the darkness, he did everything he could, helplessly, and with a gloomy mood, released a fierce and domineering fist imprint. How long? Resplendence reappeared and blossomed with boundless light. Chu Feng stood in the outside world. He had eliminated and purified a peerless expert close to the revered Hung level. That person was once peerless in his generation, but Chu Feng remained silent. Meanwhile, the others in the outside world all cried out in alarm, shocked. Evolvers from various clans, many people all cried out in excitement. A story I've been thinking about for a long time is now starting, but it is not being displayed in the form of words, but rather in a comic. The name is Strange World. It is different and exciting. For more information, please add Qingdong's official WeChat account and Weibo to understand. Everyone, please support me. Chapter 1528. Chu Feng didn't feel any joy. Even if outsiders saw this kind of glorious battle result, getting rid of a fallen immortal king expert close to the venerable Hung, it was worth writing about, but he himself didn't say anything. He felt a bit disappointed and frustrated, even a bit uncomfortable. He sighed for that man who was looking up at heaven from hell. It was truly lamentable. He couldn't see any brilliance in his entire life, and he raised his head to look for that unreachable light in the abyss alone. In the end, that man met his own death and left behind his most beautiful wish and longing, making Nian want to live in the outside world. But was that still him? It was only a kind of sustenance. That was why when all the clans were discussing passionately and sighing in admiration, Chu Feng was rather restrained. He didn't say anything, and it was even more impossible for him to celebrate with others. He remained silent and didn't say a single word. As a result, no one noticed that he wasn't in a good mood. Countless people were discussing, believing that Chu Feng was truly very strong and could be considered a heaven-warping talent. Great venerables were enough to be proud of. They could look down on all outstanding talents and could be considered unrivaled in the Empyrean realm. As for those close to the venerable Hung, that was even more terrifying. Chu Feng defeated this kind of creature, forcefully and domineeringly piercing through the abyss and walking out. How could this not shock everyone? His talents are out of the ordinary. How old is he? Yet he can already kill an exceptional great venerable. In the future, he is destined to step into the venerable Hung realm. Someone sighed, believing that Chu Feng was destined to become an exceptional venerable Hung. At that time, he would be unrivaled under the heavens in the same realm. Venerable Hung wasn't just a saying. Since ancient times, how many of them had appeared? In ancient history, there were definitely some in the Yang realm. The land was vast and resources were abundant, so there were bound to be this kind of heaven-warping talent. However, they could definitely be counted on one hand. Moreover, the past had become the past after all. It couldn't be traced back. Within the quasi-mortal race, there was an elder whose eyes flickered with divine light. He was currently conversing with the sisters Ying Zhexian and Ying Xiaoxiao. This person isn't simple at all. Previously, I only noticed his frivolity, but I didn't expect him to be so exceptional and extraordinary. You two should interact more with him. Humans are creatures that need to keep in touch and interact with each other. Otherwise, they will become estranged over time. Ying Xiaoxiao's silver hair fell to her waist. Her face was lustrous and beautiful, and her lips were bright red. She immediately became unhappy after she heard what was said and said, "Grandpa, third clan chief, you're too unscrupulous. You can't be so utilitarian between people. Besides, Chu Feng and I are originally bosom friends who have gone through thick and thin together." The third clan leader's eyes lit up and he laughed. "That's even better. Xiao Xiao, I have high hopes for you. Go through thick and thin with him." Ying Xiaoxiao was instantly speechless. After that, she couldn't help but go to her elder sister quietly and discovered that she was still as calm and silent as before. She was as gentle and tranquil as an immortal. "Sigh, my elder sister almost became husband and wife with him back then." Ying Xiaoxiao sighed. "What? There's such a thing?" The third patriarch of the quasi-saint race was shocked. His status was too high, so he had never understood what this group of clansmen had experienced in the small netherworld. Now that he heard this, his eyes became deep and he smiled. However, Ying Xiaoxiao's soft sigh made him swallow the words he was about to say. "My elder sister really had it too hard back then. With him, sigh." She couldn't help but sigh. Outside the realm wall, those who could personally come here were all elites from various races. They were all accompanied by old monsters, and the way they looked at Chu Feng was very special. At this level, their perspective was absolutely extraordinary. They had long since realized how heaven-defying Chu Feng was. One had to know that the Feather Emperor had spent a lot of time fighting a true immortal of the same level. However, this Chu Feng fought with a fallen immortal king of the same level and broke free in a short while. The battle situation didn't stop and was going to continue. But now, Chu Feng was a little hesitant. Was he still going to make a move? He really couldn't bear it anymore. "Thank you so much for saving me." The dead man was the embodiment of his thoughts and beautiful vision. Now, he opened his mouth and expressed his thanks to Chu Feng like this. Did he know that he was only the sustenance of a beautiful wish? Did he know that his true body actually couldn't turn back and had died in the abyss? Chu Feng remained silent. He returned this man's greeting, not saying anything. Then, that silver-haired, cold, and elegant female fallen immortal king expert who was close to venerable Hung walked over, hinting for Chu Feng to make a move. Without any other choice, Chu Feng leapt up, closing in on this tall and slender, graceful and elegant female, quasi-venerable hung. In the end, he rushed into the abyss. The battle erupted in the darkness. This woman was defeated. She also temporarily became clear-headed, understanding everything. Her mood was a bit gloomy, a bit emotional. I am the true me. What is outside is only the most beautiful vision at the bottom of my heart, my sustenance, she said softly. She really was extremely beautiful, a rare beauty in the fallen immortal race to begin with, strength and appearance coexisting. However, right now, she was incomparably sad. She didn't say anything else. Just like the fallen immortal king male before, she only carried a bit of sadness as she looked at Chu Feng, having him make a move. Chu Feng became more and more hesitant. Was this right? Could it be that the fallen immortal king's people really couldn't be saved? Was there completely no hope? If possible, he really didn't want to end the life of an extremely talented, charming, quasi-venerable Hung. This was also previously a hero of a generation. Only, she was muddle-headed for an endless amount of time. Time froze her body, but it couldn't freeze the darkness within her body. Blood and chaos, cruelty and coldness corroded into her bones. Just do it, she said softly. In the final moments, Chu Feng clearly saw many people and scenes in the depths of her eyes. Was that her when she was young? She was still extremely pure, reluctantly bidding farewell to a young man, each stepping on the immortal path, life and death boundless. Her talents were astonishing, quickly growing up, but in the end, she fell into the abyss of darkness. That person, where are you? In the end, she still opened her mouth, as if she was talking in her sleep, quietly muttering. Chu Feng knew that she was talking about the man reflected in the depths of her eyes. After so many years passed, he should no longer be in this world, already dead for many years. She was like a moth flying into a flame, rushing towards Chu Feng, begging for death, only wishing to leave behind a longing for the future, leaving behind that embodiment of a beautiful future. When Chu Feng appeared in the outside world again, he released a light sigh, feeling a bit depressed. He really didn't want to take action again. This was especially the case when he saw that silver-haired woman's thoughts. In the outside world, this beautiful figure carried a brilliant smile, expressing her gratitude towards him. He successfully purified her. Chu Feng unexpectedly felt a type of pain, a feeling of guilt. Treat me well from the beginning to the end. Also purify me. The final extreme, great heavenly deity walked over. Also almost considered a quasi-venerable, Hung-level, fallen immortal king race expert. Without any other choice, Chu Feng took action again, entering the abyss, purifying him. The three great experts who stood side by side, three heaven-warping figures who could become eternal venerables in the future, were all defeated by Chu Feng alone, blasting his way through the abyss, all of them purified, thus ending the curtains. Heaven-warping unmatched, this Chu Feng has been underestimated by everyone. If he reaches the ultimate realm, will he still be able to suppress all enemies with such power? When they thought of this possibility, almost every race boiled over. One had to know that when the Feather Emperor fought against the fallen true immortal, he also spent a very long time. This was already considered a glorious battle achievement that shook the world of the living. If Chu Feng reached that level and became an undecaying creature of the universe, if he could still be so powerful and sweep through everything in his path, it would simply be unimaginable. Chu Feng, this person is really going to rise up. This kind of battle achievement is too shocking, sweeping through several great heavenly deities by himself. No, perhaps he can be called a quasi-eternal venerable. How can this be? Ending the battle in an instant, could he be the true eternal venerable? In the outside world, many people were guessing, and they were all apprehensive. He's actually this strong. Time passes so quickly. On top of the mountain peak, the former Qin Luoyin, today's fairy Qin, softly said. And in the quasi-immortal race, the three clan leaders simply burned with the flames of gossip. They asked Xiao Xiao about everything regarding Chu Feng, It seemed like they couldn't wait to successfully matchmake them. Discussions were everywhere in the world. They were all talking about Chu Feng's battle strength. After all, the whole world was paying attention to the great battle at the Realm Wall. Countless people saw Chu Feng's battle achievement, and they immediately went into an uproar. Not long ago, his limelight was snatched by the Feather Emperor, and now it was undoubtedly returned. Strength couldn't be said, but praise was earned through fighting. Oh, I remember now. Didn't a large number of people have their soul lights engraved with words among the genius disciples accepted by the various sects? What was the signature? Chu Feng. Yes, that's right. I remember that the words in those soul lights were very interesting. Many of them were my uncle, Chu Feng. After such a revelation, many people were dumbfounded. At this moment, old Gu rushed over. He was very excited, even more excited than the main character, Chu Feng, and said, "Brother, you're indeed extraordinary. You need this kind of tyrannical power that can sweep through everything. Your aura can swallow 10,000 miles. Who could stop you?" The strange dragon was far away and naturally witnessed the results of this battle. He was smiling like a flower bud and was telling his old brothers about it, not stingy with his praise. His old brother Chi Feng only had one sentence to say. "Not long ago, you were still gnashing your teeth and calling yourself a scapegoat dragon." Long Dayu was speechless. He really wanted to say, "Old brother, do you know how to chat?" It would directly make people choke to death. Zhou also came over. She saw Chu Feng's gloominess and said, "You don't seem happy." "I'm fine." Chu Feng shook his head. Old Gu was puzzled. Then, he turned to look around and said, "Brother, you can't be worried about some strong races, right? No matter, with me here, there won't be a problem." He patted his chest and looked around. Immediately, he stared at the Yuan race. "You want to attack my brother?" Old Gu was very scoundrel. "Do you know who I am?" He almost spat out. "My brother is Li Su," but he felt that he couldn't be so superficial. It was enough that he didn't need to say the name. The Yuan race had indeed sent many experts, and they were all experts. Moreover, their hearts were open, and they wouldn't stand on the sinking ship of the living realm. However, at this time, they didn't dare to fight among themselves, especially on such an occasion. It would be too stupid to find trouble with the hero Chu Feng. Therefore, they snorted coldly and didn't want to provoke old Gu the scoundrel. Could it be that someone from the martial monarch's bloodline is going to take action? Old Gu turned around again and looked in another direction. The martial madman's successor had really come, and it was the sect master's eldest disciple, a top powerhouse who almost surpassed great origin immortals and was about to touch the great universe domain. "Nephew Gu, restrain yourself and don't act recklessly," Old Gu warned, but he was a little guilty. After all, the martial madman's eldest disciple was very strong, and some even suspected that he might be an eternal Tao immortal in the domain of origin immortals. The martial monarch's eldest disciple glanced at Old Gu and really didn't want to pay attention to him. Were it not for the fact that Li Su was still alive, and this fellow was Li Haizi's brother, the martial monarch's eldest disciple wouldn't have been able to restrain himself and would have slapped him to death. After all, no one was willing to be the eldest nephew, especially someone of his status. At this time, there was an ear-piercing, buzzing sound, as if a terrifying demonic bird was fluttering in the air. A few strange and terrifying creatures had arrived at the boundary wall. They descended on the ground, shrouded in a dense mist and emanating an intense aura of energy. "You're Chu Feng? A creature who escaped reincarnation and shouldn't have appeared in the world of the living with his memories. Come with us." One of the creatures spoke coldly, directly, and overbearingly. He told Chu Feng not to resist and to immediately follow them. At this time, everyone's pupils shrank as someone recognized their identity. Reincarnation hunters. They had actually appeared when the world of the living was about to face the outside world, and they had even come to find Chu Feng. Even old Gu's expression changed and became very unsightly. He knew that these creatures weren't to be trifled with. After being targeted by them, it meant that one wouldn't live for long. "Everyone, is there a misunderstanding?" Zhou, she spoke anxiously, afraid that something would happen to Chu Feng. There's no misunderstanding. All of you, get out of the way. Chu Feng, come with us. In the mist, a reincarnation hunter urged coldly. Can't we clear things up here? Can't we just clear up some misunderstandings? Chu Feng spoke gently without a trace of impatience. He was doing his best to avoid conflict. Everyone, the world of the living is currently facing the enemy. Can we discuss this later? Zhou Bo, a famous character of the Zhou clan, stepped forward and spoke up for Chu Feng. Your Zhou clan should know that there's no compromise in the place where we appear. He will be locked away and cannot be changed. A reincarnation hunter replied indifferently. Then, another reincarnation hunter added, we don't belong to the world of the living. We travel everywhere in the heavens. At this time, even Old Gu was a little angry. In this kind of situation, even the bloodline of the martial madman, who originally wanted to kill Chu Feng the most, didn't make a move and only responded with silence. That was because Chu Feng's current battle achievements could be considered a battle achievement for the world of the living. Even though the Yuan clan had evil intentions and really wanted to kill Chu Feng, they didn't show it on the surface and restrain themselves. However, these so-called reincarnation hunters wanted to arrest him directly after several people arrived. They were really too tyrannical. Zhou wanted to speak, but Chu Feng shook his head and asked her to step back. He walked forward and said, you and I can't communicate. Can't I say something? There's no need, a reincarnation hunter said indifferently. He finally saw his true body. He had a fox head and a vertical eye between his brows. He had a human body and was about 3 feet tall. He had rotten wings on his back, and his body was rather strange. No need? Fine then. After saying this, Chu Feng suddenly erupted. His whole body shone brightly like a human-shaped dragon. He soared into the sky and swooped down. Boom! He took action, going all out. With a pung sound, a reincarnation hunter with extremely powerful strength was blasted apart. This was truly domineering, full of ferocity. Since there was nothing more to say, Chu Feng attacked. Blood splattered everywhere, causing the heavens and earth to rumble and resonate. Chu Feng's punch was too terrifying. In a split second, that reincarnation hunter was blown to pieces. For a moment, the world was shaken. After talking about the comic today, some people happily went to read it. There were also some brothers or sisters who were very excited and told me that they wanted to talk to me face to face with black bricks. These excited brothers and sisters, do you have any misunderstandings? Put down the brick and talk nicely. I finished the idea for the comic Strange World a few years ago and then handed it to someone to draw. It's all because I wanted to write too many stories but didn't have time to write them all. So I wanted to use the form of a comic to show a work I had thought of before. It doesn't affect my writing at all. I finished the idea for Strange World a few years ago and has nothing to do with it now. But it's really wonderful. You sit down. Please put down the brick. Yeah, if you want to read it, you could go to 10-cent animation. If you don't like comics, you can read my novels. One novel after another is always wonderful. Yes, I have to be confident. I've said that the Holy Ground will have a perfect ending. It won't end until it's perfect. Soon, the end of March or the beginning of April. Chapter 1529. Everyone became quiet. No one expected Chu Feng to dare take action, moreover in such a domineering manner, dealing a decisive blow in such a clean and efficient manner. He killed that reincarnation hunter who treated him coldly and didn't allow him to speak. At the scene, specks of blood had yet to completely scatter. Time seemed to have frozen. It was a ghastly sight. This reincarnation hunter was definitely not weak. He could be considered an expert, yet in the end, he was killed in an instant. He was originally incomparably cold, but in the end, only fear remained. Then his face split into pieces, and his body and soul disappeared. In that place, there was only a single youth standing there alone. His entire body was glowing, and his entire body was covered in golden runes. This made him seem especially powerful, as if he was a young war god from the ancient times. This entire world was illuminated by the resplendent radiance he released. He was incomparably divine. Everyone was silent. Everyone found this hard to believe. This youth was actually so powerful and daring. What did he do? He actually killed the emissary of an unparalleled organization. All over the world, everyone was stunned. After a moment of silence, the clamor was deafening. What followed was a heated discussion, especially among the younger generation, causing a huge uproar. The older generation were all stupefied. No one understood more clearly than them how terrifying that organization was. Yet this youth was actually so decisive, killing a reincarnation hunter. Even now, many people didn't dare believe it. Reincarnation hunters, the origins of these creatures were too great. Their origins were boundlessly terrifying. One could tell what they were doing just from their name. Those who dared to walk the path of reincarnation and successfully reincarnate with their memories. Which one of them was ordinary? They definitely all had great roots, and their past glory was unimaginable. However, despite this being the case, this organization still dared to hunt those creatures, moreover persisting from ancient times until now. They had never been flattened by others. This was enough to explain everything. Throughout the ages, there were rarely anyone who could go against their will. At the very least, even if there were great figures who reincarnated, they would still keep a low profile, avoiding these hunters for a long time. On the surface, they would allow each other to get along, but they wouldn't step down. The entire world erupted with commotion. This master is truly a fierce person. Today, I was fortunate enough to personally witness him blast a reincarnation hunter in a bone dregs in front of everyone. His blood splashed across the realm wall, so ferocious, decisive, and domineering. When it's time to make a move, he makes a move without the slightest hesitation. What young madman! Many people were in heated discussion. Young people were the main focus. They didn't care how powerful that organization was or whether it would suppress the various races in the Yang realm until they couldn't breathe. There were even some young girls who clutched their chests in sympathy for Chu Feng. Chu Feng looks like such a delicate and pretty youth. He's clear and otherworldly, and has the aura of a banished immortal. Yet he's been forced to this step. He doesn't hesitate to break off relations with the reincarnation hunters and fight to the death. How pitiful. Yeah, he's about to be hunted down by this organization. Since ancient times, not many people have been able to escape the pursuit of this colossus. Their fates will be very miserable. It had to be said that sometimes a clean and sunny face, pure eyes, and a delicate and pretty appearance could easily arouse people's sympathy. Of course, those who had this kind of sympathy were mostly special people, mostly young girls. When they heard these words, their fellow disciples couldn't help but want to correct them. That person was indeed very handsome, but where was the aura of an immortal? Didn't you see that he'd already turned people into bone fragments and dyed the void with blood? Especially when his fist was thrown out, the space collapsed. The black crack was a few feet wide, and anyone below the heavenly venerable realm who got close would be cut into pieces. How could this be called immortal chi? However, as soon as this correction was said, it was refuted by a group of sympathetic young girls who were obsessed with appearances. He was forced to make a move. Moreover, he might be very miserable after this. Since ancient times, how many people have been able to escape the pursuit of the reincarnation hunters after killing them? His pitiful ending can already be seen. Do you still have any sympathy? What could a group of senior brothers say? They should just shut up. However, when they thought about it carefully, it was indeed so. They sighed softly. This Chu Feng was Chu Quangren. His ending would most likely not be very good. The great clans were also discussing it. They were all suppressed by Chu Feng's unexpected killing. I'm not mistaken, am I? Did he really kill a reincarnation hunter? This was the quasi-immortal tribe's third clan leader. He was gnashing his teeth. At first, he was still actively working to getting Xiao Xiao and Ying Zhixin to go through thick and thin with Chu Feng. However, he was so shocked that his eyes were lifeless. What situation was this? He killed one just like that. In front of the Yang realm's boundary, one could hear a pin drop. The blood on the ground was still hot, and the atmosphere was incomparably tense. The few remaining reincarnation hunters stared at Chu Feng with blade-like eyes. They couldn't believe that this youth was so brave. They hadn't even made a move, yet the other party had already made things difficult for them. From their point of view, this was a lawless Contra walker who went against the cycle of reincarnation. This kind of creature must be eradicated. He was a scourge that absolutely couldn't be left alive. It's useless no matter who comes today. Don't try to dissuade him. Heaven and earth will not tolerate anyone who dares to rashly kill a reincarnation hunter. His name will be spread throughout the universe, and he will be punished together. A reincarnation hunter said coldly. There was no anger, only a kind of gloomy coldness. He was announcing that Chu Feng was sentenced to death. It's you guys who want me dead. Isn't it normal for me to make a move like this? Chu Feng clasped his hands behind his back. Great Tao runes bloomed beneath his feet like golden lotuses. They supported his feet as he advanced at an extreme speed, forcing his way toward those people. He said coldly, I'm fighting for the Yang realm. Which side are you guys on exactly? After coming to the Yang realm's boundary, you didn't ask about the cause and effect. You didn't allow me to speak and didn't give me a chance to communicate. You directly convicted me and want to kill me. What right do you have? Everyone was shocked. Chu Feng's aura was too powerful. There was brilliance all over his body, and even his hair was sparkling and translucent. All kinds of Tao patterns interweaved and danced in the sky. Many people were shocked. Was he going to continue attacking and kill the remaining reincarnation hunters? Who gave you all authority? Who gave you all such high and mighty status? Today, if you don't give me an explanation, I'll kill all of you. Chu Feng shouted loudly. He was really angry. Just because he reincarnated with his memories, he was going to be hunted and ruthlessly killed? What right did they have? He was fighting for the Yang realm and had made great contributions. Even the Yuan clan didn't dare to act rashly, and even the martial madman's bloodline didn't cause trouble for him under such circumstances. However, this organization put on such a high and mighty attitude. They coldly looked down on him and directly convicted him. They didn't even give him a chance to speak. How tyrannical and self-centered. Therefore, Chu Feng attacked. He had never been a restless person, and he had been like this since the little underworld. Who gave you all the courage? You're just celestial venerables, yet you dare to arrest me and accuse me of crimes? Are you all courting death? Chu Feng's voice was ice cold. Now he was floating in the air and rapidly closed in. He began to look down on the reincarnation hunters. Nearby, some people were speechless. They felt that they had been tricked. Even celestial venerables were being looked down upon. This made some old men feel bitter. They glanced at Chu Feng's youthful body and then at their own aged bodies. They almost covered their faces in shame. These reincarnation hunters weren't as weak as Chu Feng had said. At the very least, there was a grand celestial venerable among them, and there was even an almighty. Unfortunately, they didn't know what kind of creatures Chu Feng had killed. He had killed an almighty not long ago. Moreover, they were too confident. They didn't even understand when they came here. They didn't know that he had just purified 3 grand celestial venerables who had fallen into darkness. According to the information they had received, Chu Feng was still King Hung. At this time, the reincarnation hunters' eyes were cold. They didn't respond to Chu Feng. They slowly took out special weapons, some kind of dark red long blade. Standard weapon, reincarnation blade. Chu Feng's pupils shrank. He had seen similar weapons on the reincarnation road, but they were far inferior to the ones in front of him. This was definitely an upgraded version that was suitable for celestial venerables. From the past until now, all those creatures who tried to enter the reincarnation cycle with their memories returned to dust. You will not be an exception, a reincarnation hunter said. With a clang, the long blade in his hand emitted a blood-red light. The dark red blade was bone-chilling as it pointed at Chu Feng. I hate your high and mighty attitude the most. You seem indifferent and can look down on all living things, but in fact you are nothing. You are just someone else's slaves. Who gave you the right to decide the life and death of others? You can easily convict others? Who are you demons and ghosts listening to? How dare you be so overbearing and look down on the world? Do you think those who obey will prosper, and those who disobey will perish?" Chu Feng was fearless and continued to ask questions. At the same time, light bloomed from his wrist. He took out a diamond chakram and held it in his hand. Among the reincarnation hunters, a withered creature less than 4 feet tall walked out. The fog dissipated, revealing his true appearance. He had a humanoid body, but a sparrow-like bird's head. He was gray and had no special characteristics. At the same time, he also had a pair of rotten wings that belonged to a sparrow. This creature looked strange, but it was very strong. It was an almighty. Wielding the reincarnation blade, it coldly and mercilessly pressed forward to kill Chu Feng. This kind of creature was naturally incomparably confident in being able to reach this stage. At the same time, it was also very powerful. The almighty of the reincarnation hunters had attacked. "Chu Feng, hurry up and leave," Zhou urged anxiously. She was afraid that a large number of experts would rush over. One of the Zhou family's legendary figures stepped forward and tried to dissuade the reincarnation hunters again. He wanted them to sit down and talk things over. The almighty that looked like a gray sparrow was very cold. He glanced at the Zhou family's people and said, "You can't interfere in this matter." He came over with his blade in hand. With every step he took, a several-foot-wide black crack would appear in the void. It extended for who knew how many li and reached the horizon. This kind of scene was extremely terrifying. He radiated terrifying energy. All kinds of ancestral Taoist matter and divine granules were vast and mighty. They rose and fell, causing some distant mountains to disintegrate and collapse. Many people couldn't control themselves. They all fell back because the energy field this person emitted was too powerful. Fortunately, there were old monsters here. They directly took action and resisted this kind of fluctuation. This almighty among the reincarnation hunters stepped in the void, but the sound of his footsteps echoed. It was as if he was stepping on many people's hearts. Those with insufficient strength couldn't bear it at all. Even the celestial venerables turned pale and felt incomparably uncomfortable. Their hearts felt like they were about to split open and cough out from their mouths. The scarlet blade light in this almighty expert's hand flourished more and more. His entire being was incomparably terrifying. Chu Feng stood in the air with the diamond chakram in hand. He stared at all of them and said, "You want to take me down? Unfortunately, it's not enough even if you all attack together." Boom! Then he took action. He was peerlessly powerful, and his physical body was too terrifying. When he crossed over, the void exploded and the white, immortal mist boiled into a mushroom cloud. Dang! 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 The ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. Sparks flew in all directions, splitting the void and making the heavens collapse. The scene was extremely terrifying. That was the diamond chakram and reincarnation blade colliding. Countless Tao patterns blossomed in the void like suns one after another. It was glaring and terrifying. Chu Feng was able to contend against an almighty expert. In this great confrontation, he wasn't at a disadvantage in the slightest and was even more powerful. Everyone was truly shaken. He was suppressing an almighty expert. Amidst the sharp and clear sounds of collision, everyone saw that reincarnation blade break into more than 10 pieces. They flew in all directions and were smashed apart by Chu Feng's diamond chakram. Boom! In the final symbols, Chu Feng's radiance overflowed into the heavens like a demonic god. His murderous intent was boundless. The diamond chakram in his hand pierced through the heavens, and even more so pierced through the almighty expert that was rapidly retreating in the air. Blood splashed in all directions, dyeing the skies red. Chu Feng dashed past with 5-color divine light flickering behind him. He used the wonderful 7 treasures technique. The 5 rare materials he had collected transformed into 5 immortal swords and killed the almighty expert. His body was cut into several pieces and his head rolled off. He wasn't able to reconstruct his body. The sword chi and the symbols of the wonderful seven treasures technique that had cut into his body completely bloomed. With a pop, he disintegrated and his body and soul dissipated. An almighty expert died. He was killed by Chu Feng. Boom! Heaven and earth exploded. Chu Feng traversed this place with his physical body. Behind him was a thick, white, immortal mist that boiled up. His real body charged toward the others. Under the shocked gazes of the various races and the dumbfounded gazes of the spectators outside, he was like a war immortal descending to the world. He went on a killing spree and swept away everything in his path. A terrifying boom rang out, accompanied by flashes of blood. With a pop, the remaining reincarnation hunters were all killed by Chu Feng. Not a single one was left. One person swept through the enemies in all directions. All of his opponents were killed by him. The vast sky was silent. There was only a delicate and pretty youth whose body was suffused with specks of golden light. He stood in the void and was no longer domineering. Instead, an ethereal temperament emerged. Chapter 1530. The blue sky in the distance was as clear as a gem. Near the boundary wall, there were towering mountains and primal chaos pervading the air. Chu Feng stood in midair with specks of golden light all over his body. He was ethereal and otherworldly, like an exiled immortal descending into the world. Only the blood on the ground reminded everyone that it was this delicate and pretty youth who had just started a massacre and killed all the reincarnation hunters. This was a great conspiracy that was destined to stir up a great storm. There were ruthless people since ancient times, but none were as brave as him, breaking off relations with this organization in front of everyone in the world and killing them in public. The surroundings were silent, and everyone's hearts throbbed. Even the pupils of the Feather Emperor in the distance contracted. He didn't say anything. His whole body was covered in mist, sacred and transcendent, as he stood on a majestic mountain. The whole world seemed to have lost its voice. People in the outside world were shaken and dumbfounded. He had killed all the reincarnation hunters, just like that. Hurry up and leave. Old Gu transmitted anxiously in secret. Like Zhou Shi, he wanted Chu Feng to escape and live in seclusion for a period of time. He pierced through the sky. In the outside world, people from all over the world reacted. Ying Xiaoxiao's silvery hair was as smooth as silk, and worry was written all over her fair and beautiful face. This kind of outcome was too terrifying. It was impossible to be kind after offending the reincarnation hunters. There was no place for Chu Feng in this world. This is too decisive and fierce. The younger generation will surpass us in time. In a quasi-saint race, the third clan leader was so shocked that he accidentally pulled off a chunk of his beard. In his opinion, Chu Feng was too unyielding and shouldn't have attacked. It would have been better if he had turned around and left. Avoiding these reincarnation hunters was the best strategy. He thought that Chu Feng should leave first and hide for a period of time. When he was strong enough, he could ask the Zhou clan to come forward and talk to that organization in secret. Perhaps there would be a turn for the better. How could he know that Chu Feng had too many secrets? He had directly crossed the reincarnation path with his physical body and not just by smuggling his soul light. This matter couldn't be investigated. After that organization became aware of it, it wouldn't be effective even if the Hung clan, the Dao clan, and the other top 10 clans came forward together, let alone the Zhou clan. The reincarnation hunters would definitely investigate to the end once they found such clues. Chu Feng was clearly aware that he wasn't like the other samsara travelers, so he'd long since been prepared to fight to the death. At the scene, the legendary figures of the Zhou clan were all stiff. They still wanted to say something, but even if they listed out all sorts of reasons, it would still be difficult for that organization to stop. The entire world was in an uproar. Even a few old monsters from various clans were gnashing their teeth. They were actually witnessing this type of thing with their own eyes. A youth was challenging the dignity of an unmatched organization. Chu Feng suddenly turned around and looked in a certain direction. The space there distorted and became indistinct. A corner of a silver, ancient palace appeared. All dead. A hoarse voice came from within the silver tile palace. The tone was slightly stiff and cold, as if it was very puzzled. A pair of bloody eyes appeared in the mist within the silver palace. Chu Feng strode forward. Obviously, he was going to attack again. Feeling a headache coming on, Old Gu rushed over and grabbed him. He wanted to say, "Ancestor, are you going to kill me again?" She anxiously shook her head. She flew over and stood together with Chu Feng. She secretly transmitted her voice. This was just an empty palace used as an eye to let the organization behind the reincarnation hunters see the result here. "I say, brother, you're really hot-tempered. How can you be so unyielding and kill all of them? It's better to cripple them and leave them alive." Old Gu's head was full of cold sweat. His eyes were full of melancholy because this matter wasn't easy to solve. He was really afraid that Chu Feng would be killed because he knew that organization was too terrifying. Under such anxious circumstances, Old Gu seemed to dare to say anything. He said, "Even if you want to kill some of them, you have to do it from behind. You have to learn from my big brother." Back then, he sent an old brother to reincarnate. After being targeted by the reincarnation hunters, he was also unbearably angry. In the end, he found a secluded place and attacked them from behind. He killed all of them and vanished from the world of the living. When they heard these words, everyone was dumbstruck and speechless. Even the old geezers had a strange expression in their eyes as they looked at Old Gu. Within the silver palace, the eyes in the mist were originally very ruthless and bone-chilling. They were staring at Chu Feng, but now they were looking directly at Old Gu. "It's not like I'm the one who killed them from behind. You go and find the main culprit." Old Gu put on a guilty expression and stiffened his neck. Many people were speechless. How tiring was it to have such a sworn brother? He was obviously inviting disaster for his brother Li Su. There was really no one else like him. "My big brother is Li Su," Old Gu added. His meaning was, "Don't look for me and don't get the wrong person." Even Zhou Bo, who had always had a tense relationship with Old Gu, didn't say anything. He didn't make fun of Old Gu because he really didn't want to say anything. Although Long Dayu wasn't close to the battlefield, he could see everything clearly through the crystal wall. He had a conflicted expression. If he walked together with a swindler like Old Gu, there was no guarantee that he would be cheated one day, especially since he had the attribute of being a scapegoat and was often unlucky. If he walked too close to Gu Chenhai, he would definitely be cursed to death. In this kind of serious occasion, filled with killing intent, many people revealed strange expressions. Even some old monsters wanted to laugh at Black Hand Li for having his illustrious reputation toppled. His judgment in making friends wasn't that good. This Gu Chenhai was too preposterous. Only one person didn't think so. Chu Feng looked at Old Gu and sighed. There's no need to be like this. He truly understood Old Gu's intentions. It seemed preposterous and a bit laughable, even to the point of being mocked by others. However, this definitely wasn't Old Gu's way of doing things. In reality, Chu Feng immediately realized that Old Gu had put in a lot of effort to do this kind of ridiculing thing. Old Gu was using his big brother as a scapegoat. This was really shifting the blame to share the damage and save Chu Feng. "Hurry and leave," Old Gu transmitted secretly. Chu Feng nodded. He was going to evolve. He had enough great power-level earth on him to quickly become stronger. Once he rose up and became even stronger, he could just continue killing reincarnation hunters. If they really fought to the death, who would be scared of who? If others knew what he was thinking, they would all feel their scalps go numb. Was this person crazy? He actually dared to be this audacious. The void distorted, becoming indistinct and extremely dim. The pair of bloody eyes in the silver palace were extremely terrifying. They were exceptionally cold and carried resentment as they stared rigidly at Chu Feng. This was like a malicious spirit that had been buried in Deathland for countless years and had been asleep for many great eras. The kind of gaze, that kind of resentment, made one shiver all over. Just a single glance from him made one feel like they were being cursed. How long? Suddenly, an explosion sounded. The world was split open. The energy was just too boundless and majestic, as if a world was being established. The heavens were shaken. Chu Feng suddenly acted out, using the most powerful energy. He activated the diamond band and smashed it into the silver palace in the distorted void, rushing towards that pair of vicious, bloody eyes. With a pung sound, the silver palace exploded. The void exploded, and a sinister, malicious spirit's roar sounded. Everything disappeared, and the palace collapsed. Specks of blood scattered out. That pair of eyes were destroyed, disappearing in an instant. This wasn't that creature's true body that arrived, but rather the blood eyes he produced with exceptional methods. They were destroyed just like that in the Void Palace. Chu Feng stood high up in the air. Brilliant symbol radiance surrounded him. After the silver palace exploded, blood rained down, illuminating the scarlet light. However, not a single drop landed on his body. At this moment, even his hair was shining. He was silent and calm as he stood there, unmoving. Everyone was petrified. Killing this pair of blood eyes and killing reincarnation hunters were two completely different concepts. These blood eyes might be related to the higher-level creatures of this organization. Even if these were only blood symbol eyes that he released and could transform into countless numbers, it was likely a sea of them. However, he definitely wouldn't allow others to look down on him. The old man felt a headache coming on. He directly pushed Chu Feng away and said, "Hurry and leave." Zhou was also anxious. She fished out a protective talisman and directly placed it on Chu Feng's neck, telling him to hurry and leave this place until the Great Era passed. Chu Feng was greatly moved. He didn't need to say any polite words to them, but he still felt warmth in his heart. Isn't it just an organization? How can it compare to the underworld? Chu Feng spoke. He really didn't take it to heart. In his opinion, this so-called reincarnation hunter was most likely released by the underworld, right? In any case, he had fought a great battle at the Spirit River. Even if he had used the stone jar to display his might, he had still experienced a terrifying battle of that level. Very powerful, very special, not necessarily weaker than the underworld. This is a strange and terrifying power, said the old man. Chu Feng was immediately startled. This organization wasn't the same thing as the underworld. They didn't originate from the same source. He hadn't really felt at ease just now, but now he felt a headache. It was as if he had really kicked an iron plate and kicked out a fierce stubble. Whatever, he shook his head and decided to leave this place to evolve first. He bid farewell to the old man, and Zhou, she, and disappeared in a flash. Chu Feng's figure faded away with the help of the domain. In the blink of an eye, he was already dozens of provinces away from his original position. The boundary wall was momentarily silent. Before long, whispers could be heard. Those who could come here were all experts from various races brought along by old monsters. At this moment, they were all quite shocked. Ing Wudi was at the edge of the battlefield with a complicated expression. At the same time, he was convinced that this was the true Demon Chu who would bring disaster wherever he went. In any case, he could be considered to have let out a long sigh of relief after seeing Chu Feng leave. Although he didn't like that demon and wanted nothing more than to cripple him, he didn't want to see him die here. What am I worried about him for? He's still alive and kicking no matter how he tosses and turns. He tosses and turns from the underworld to the world of the living and the experts. He brings disaster to higher and higher levels. I think sooner or later, he'll run to the heavens to toss and turn. Ing Wudi sighed ruefully. If he was honest and dutiful, then he definitely wouldn't be Chu Feng. He must have been possessed. Suddenly, a low and deep music was transmitted over like the soft ring of a funeral bell. Moreover, countless black lights tore open the void and distorted the world in front. It was as if countless crows were flapping their wings and striking metal, tearing open space. As expected, the organization behind the reincarnation hunters wouldn't leave the matter at that. Now, they were stirring up a huge commotion. Something was about to come out. A dark and rugged road ran through the void and extended to the outside world. Emaciated creatures walked out in rows, bringing with them a decaying aura. They were too ancient and didn't know how many eras they had existed in the world. They didn't seem like normal creatures at all. They had survived using some kind of secret technique or even forbidden technique. There were a total of 13 powerhouses. Their hair was sparse, and almost all of it had fallen off. Their eye sockets were sunken like holes, and the only layer of flesh on their bodies stuck to their bones made them look like skeletons. It was simply impossible to guess how long they had lived. These were primordial-level creatures that had survived using special methods to struggle at death's door until this era. They were also the powerhouses in the eyes of the world. Crows filled the sky. They were all decaying, but they were still alive. They had also flown out from the reincarnation road. Morning birds were everywhere. Ominous sounds rose and fell, and it was very noisy. There were no less than 13 powerhouses. How tyrannical was this? After that organization was offended, such a powerful army came almost immediately. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The organization behind the reincarnation hunters was too powerful. They had dispatched such a group of people in an instant. It was truly somewhat terrifying. At the same time, a blood-colored magic chart appeared in the void. Chu Feng, Reincarnator's Smuggler, Kill. It was such a simple line of words, but it made everyone endlessly bewildered. There was actually a special description for him. Smuggler? It was different from the past. If Chu Feng was here, he would definitely be vigilant. Perhaps this group of people knew that he was a creature that charged through reincarnation with his corporeal body. They needed to be strictly on guard. At this moment, in the outside world, there was a group of people with complex emotions. They were all staring at the scene in front of the battlefield through the crystal wall. Their young and tender faces were filled with conflict. This was a group of youths. They were all heaven-warping geniuses and were the core disciples of various great sections. Their ages were similar, but they had one thing in common. Their soul light had all been carved. Even though they had long since guessed who did it, now that they saw the blood-colored decree with the name of the smuggler clearly written on it, it was equivalent to giving the most conclusive evidence. My uncle is Chu Feng. In the past few years, when the various sects were taking in disciples and inspecting the bones and souls of their disciples, they had all seen these words. All of them were stupefied. They didn't know what kind of situation had caused such a great commotion. Everyone already understood that Chu Feng smuggled himself over from the little underworld. It was most likely that he took advantage of a loophole on the way back then and carved quite a few words on them. Our group of people are exceptionally talented, and this is how we came to be. A few people were in a daze. They were all those who experienced it back then, or perhaps it could be said that they were the victims. In the recent few years, geniuses like them would make friends in secret from time to time. They were about to form an enormous organization. They believed that those with the words carved on their bodies were all on their side. They were innately unordinary, and their roots were unimaginable. They were greatly related to that innate divine being, Chu Feng. In the end, the truth was revealed. Quite a few people were stupefied. Should they still revere Chu Feng, no matter how they looked at it? This demon Chu Feng wasn't honest and sincere back then. It was to the extent where he angered both man and God. Did he carve words on their bodies while he was smuggling himself over? Was he afraid of getting lost? Or was he trying to take advantage of them? They simply wanted to beat him to death. At this moment, it was very easy for some of them to associate the scene of a certain someone visiting this place. They had always been proud of themselves for so many years. They established the enormous genius alliance and respected that Chu Feng of unknown origins as the immortal master. They viewed him as a divine being and treated him as a kind of faith. After all, to be able to bring runes into this world from birth was already considered a freak. They were all very proud and believed that they were the same kind of people. In the end, the truth was revealed. They really wanted to beat someone up and cripple the human trafficker. The group of people were grinding their teeth, especially a group of young girls. How could something like a soul be touched by others? The group of people were at a loss as to whether or not they should chase after and kill Chu Feng. I feel that we still owe him a debt of gratitude. You see, there are runes on our soul lights. They contain a special method that promotes our growth in the innate womb. We've obtained a lot of benefits. Someone said they wanted to accept this reality. But there were also people who were at a loss. Could it be that this was the compensation he was giving after randomly writing and drawing? My faith in the immortal master hasn't changed. However, the so-called immortal master will only live in my heart from now on. It has nothing to do with that surnamed Chu in the outside world. I believe that we owe him a great debt of gratitude in the end. Did you guys notice that the runes on our soul lights are all breathing techniques? They can operate on their own and make us innately powerful. I also temporarily approve of him. Most people had complicated feelings towards Chu Feng. Some were grateful, and some wanted to beat him up. It was really difficult to describe their feelings. After some old monsters sensed this, they couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. If this genius alliance truly grew up, their future potential would be enormous and boundless. The most important thing was that they came from all over the world and were the core disciples of various sections. And if their influence radiated out, this alliance was bound to become a colossus in the future. There will come a day when that demon king Chu Feng won't be able to command the world because of this, right? Some old monsters were doubtful. In reality, Chu Feng had long since forgotten about this. If these geniuses didn't look for him in the future, they probably wouldn't even remember. Chu Feng became famous not only because he killed all the reincarnation hunters in this battle, but also because the core disciples of various sects were all involved with him. My uncle is Chu Feng. In the following period of time, every sect was bound to mention this sentence. If a sect didn't have this kind of disciple, then it couldn't be considered a famous sect. That was because those who had their soul lights carved in those years had innately stronger soul power than others. In addition to the nurturing from Chu Feng's runes, they were naturally all top-notch geniuses. Therefore, in a certain period of time in the future, when judging whether a sect was strong enough or not, one could tell a thing or two from whether they accepted this kind of special disciple as a disciple or not. Of course, the immortal master, the innate saint, Chu Feng, also attracted the attention of the world during a certain period of time because of this. In front of the realm wall, the expressions of the 13 almighty-level reincarnation hunters were stiff. Their facial skin almost didn't move, and they were completely lifeless. One of them stared at the old man. He said that someone killed a few reincarnation hunters in the prehistoric era. This skeleton-like creature should be a human, but it was too decayed. When it moved, the joints in its body creaked. Yes, there is indeed such a person. His name is Li Su, and he's in Yin province. You can go and settle the score with him. Old Gu readily compromised and confessed. He was so efficient that he didn't even need to ask for details. Everyone in the surroundings was speechless. Some of the old monsters' facial muscles twitched. They really wanted to take revenge for Li Su and beat him to death. The 13 almighty experts didn't move. After hearing the news, they didn't pay this fellow any more attention. The old man guessed that they would probably have to ask the higher-ups to take action, or even the giants of this organization. Only then would they dare to find the ultimate prehistoric legend, Black Handley. Otherwise, even if a large group of almighty experts went, they would still die. Where is Chu Feng? The 13 almighty experts stared at the old man again. In prefecture, he went to seek shelter with Li Su. The old man insisted, his tone extremely certain. In prefecture was a special place. There was a door in the void, and during this period of time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Golden arcs of electricity flew out from the door. This was the door connected to the great Yin realm, and Li Su's stone coffin was behind this door. It was called the coffin that blocked the door, and it was very similar to a certain legend in history. The stone coffin was locked by several great Tao chains of different evolved civilizations. There was a person lying inside, and his entire body was covered in Tao patterns as if he was spinning a cocoon. In reality, this coffin was in the crack between the Yang realm and the Great Yin realm, located in the area where the two realms intersected. At this time, the person in the coffin frowned because he heard someone holding his keepsake and calling out his name. Big Brother, the reincarnation hunter, is bringing up old scores. and might come looking for trouble with you. In an instant, the person in the coffin understood everything with a single thought. He felt a toothache, and he really wanted to go out and slap that bastard to death. Suddenly, there was a rumble from the direction of the great Een realm. Een mist surged into the sky as a group of people slowly pressed forward on the cold and hard ground. They used special methods to cut open space and approached the stone coffin. The one in the lead was a woman with peerless style. Her long skirt fluttered in the wind, and her fine black hair danced in the wind. Her face was peerlessly beautiful, and her beautiful eyes were especially clear and spirited. Her eyelashes were very long, and her red lips and pearly teeth made her slender and graceful. Her skin was lustrous and white like suet jade. She was very quiet and without joy or worry. Her steps were light and agile, but there was also a certain kind of might under this kind of celestial fairy temperament. At the very least, the people around her were full of respect, as if she was the leader of a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. "Why have you all come here?" the person in the stone coffin asked. "According to the agreement, we're not here to fight, but to tour the mountains and rivers of the Yang realm. We're also here to watch the battle between the fallen immortal royal race and the pollen evolvers." Behind the woman, an old man spoke. There was actually an agreement, but it was unknown when it was made. The person in the coffin didn't care about the old man and the others. He only turned sideways and looked at the woman in the lead. "What's your name?" Clearly, the woman in the coffin was not ordinary. Ordinary people definitely couldn't enter the discerning eyes of the person in the stone coffin. "Yao Yao," the woman replied. Chapter 1531. Who was the person in the coffin blocking the door? Naturally, it was Li Su. Ever since something happened in the prehistoric era, he had always been hiding here, nurturing and refining his true body for who knew how many years. For countless eras, he sat and watched the world rise and fall. His body had never left. At this moment, he looked at the woman from the great Een realm and revealed a strange expression. For someone like him to pay attention and care, it was enough to prove that this woman was extraordinary and extremely stunning. Li Su said, using the pollen evolution path as the main foundation, cultivating the fallen immortal royal family's predecessor method, and then combining it with the broken path of the great Een realm that was once proven to be very powerful, but few could walk to the end, she found a point of balance. If she could walk it, it would indeed be brilliant. Oh, it's amazing and interesting. No wonder she's so extraordinary. Li Sanlong nodded. To be praised by him repeatedly, it could absolutely shake the world. Unfortunately, no one from the Yang realm was here and hadn't heard this kind of praise. In fact, the essence of what Li Su said was the truth of Yao Yao's evolution. This was astonishing, world-shaking, and incomparably terrifying. If news of this were spread, it would definitely cause a huge storm. It would be a monstrous wave. It was fine that she used the pollen evolution path as her foundation, but she actually dared to cultivate the fallen immortal royal family's predecessor method. This was too shocking. One had to know that this path was already considered broken. It had long since become a consensus that no one dared to cultivate it again, because once they set foot, they would be polluted and the most terrifying changes would occur. When did the fallen immortal royal family come to be? They were originally the immortal race, but because they cultivated this method, they fell. As a result, the heavens changed their name with that word as a prefix. However, this path was indeed terrifying. It used to be a celestial emperor's method, and the orthodoxy passed down by a supreme being was incomparably shocking. At Yao Yao's side, the old man was astonished and looked at the stone coffin. He really didn't expect someone to be able to see through the girl's foundation at a glance. Very powerful. The old man stared at the stone coffin with an extremely serious expression. The exceptionally beautiful woman's lips curled up slightly. She was incomparably bright and beautiful, and her elegant temperament just now changed in a flash. She smiled and said, using the great Tao chains of different civilizations to nourish one's body. How extraordinary! Senior's aura can swallow the world, and the path you want to walk is very astonishing. You've only just arrived here, yet you're already able to produce so many items. No wonder you were able to fuse the Tao path of the Great Een realm with the techniques of the fallen Immortal King clan. As expected, you aren't simple. Li Su nodded. Then, he didn't say anything else and stepped aside. The stone coffin trembled slightly and rumbled. The divine sound of the Great Path was deafening. It was the Great Path chains of different evolved civilizations that locked the stone jar. The path appeared and connected to the door of the Yang realm. It quickly opened. Immediately, all kinds of lightning arcs flickered and great Tao fragments danced about, shooting towards Een province. At the same time, there was endless Een chi pouring over. Many thanks. Farewell. The group walked past this place and officially entered the mortal realm. At this time, Old Gu was still shouting madly in his heart, incessantly repeating Li Su's name. This was the so-called reverse operation of not thinking and not thinking, reminding him to be careful of being ambushed by the enemy. No matter how much he cheated on his older brother, Old Gu couldn't really harm him. That was why he was worried and anxious, constantly nagging Li Heisho to be careful. However, Li Su had long since known how powerful he was now. With his keepsake, he could see through the truth just by repeating it once. That was why Li Su was being harassed incessantly now. Even a deep and black-hearted person like him couldn't stand it and was somewhat irritated. This damned little Gu is actually causing trouble for me. I really want to pinch him to death. Then, he called out to the group from the Great Een realm. The old man was the most vigilant because he was incomparably afraid of Li Su. He was afraid that he would cause trouble. Yes, everyone, I have a presumptuous request, said Li Su. What is it? Yaya was surprised. She stopped and looked at the coffin blocking the door. You guys want to go to the realm wall of the Yang realm to watch the battle? Yes, beat up the one surnamed Gu if you see him there. I guarantee you won't go wrong. However, Li Su added another sentence. It was enough to beat him up once, but don't break him. Physical pain was enough. The group was speechless. They thought it was some earth-shattering tragedy for a being of this level to ask for a favor. But in the end, it was to help him beat someone up. The group from the Great Een realm was speechless and left. Li Su muttered to himself in the stone coffin. You even dare to reveal my dark history? Even my own brother will be beaten half to death. Then his gaze was faint as he said, if those fake gods, the so-called reincarnation hunters, backers, and higher-ups dare to come here to settle accounts with me, I'll beat you up one by one after my true body completes its transformation in the coffin. Even if they don't come looking for me, I guarantee I'll smash you all into pieces. Do you really think I'm lying? What I've manifested is only my obsession. My rotten body has always been here and has never made a move. Yes, now that my body has recovered, I'm as fresh as a newborn, and I'm filling the air with a fragrance like an innate divine being. I'm almost there. No one heard it. If the martial madman, Tai Hung, and the others knew about it, they would definitely be horrified. Was what Black Hamley said that day true? Was it because he had too many obsessions that he split them into strands after strands, and what he sent out wasn't his true body at all? Not long after the group from the Great Een realm walked out of the door, they felt an indescribable heat as if they were about to be burned when the Een chi surrounding them became thinner and thinner. The body of the woman in the lead was sparkling and translucent. She took the initiative to draw the chi of the Yang realm onto her body. She took a deep breath and felt this brand new world. She actually revealed an intoxicated expression. She was peerless in her generation. At this moment, she was experiencing a different great Tao in a brand new world. She was carefully listening to the Tao sounds, feeling, and comprehending them. In a split second, she actually began to comprehend. There were Tao patterns all over her body, and there were flames leaping about as if she was about to burn. But in the end, it became a baptismal fire. This kind of aptitude, this kind of foundation, it really left people speechless. Beside her, the old man was also doing well. The aura of the Great Een realm soared from his body, blending and resonating with the energy of this world. However, the others weren't so optimistic. Some could withstand it and were guaranteed to be unharmed, but the slightly weaker ones seemed to be burned by the Samadhi true fire. Is this the true origin of the pollen road? Yao Yao said softly. Her peerlessly beautiful face was full of astonishment. She saw many light particles and specks floating in this world, guided by her. In the moment of enlightenment, she actually saw the blurry essence of this world. If anyone can't hold on, go back, said the old man, telling the people behind him not to force themselves. But no one retreated. They left the great Een realm and traveled through the realms. This was a great opportunity for them to experience a different great Tao. The group set out again. Moreover, they were moving faster and faster. Previously, the group walked on the ground just to pass the time. After all, they had arrived at a brand new world. It was a scorching world of the great Tao that was completely different from the great Een realm, so they needed to adapt. Bang! After confirming the coordinates, they finally opened a spatial passage and went straight through the primal chaos mist. They rushed to the two-realm battlefield and arrived in front of the realm wall. Apart from Yao Yao and the old man, who were stunning and powerful enough to already resonate with the Tao patterns of the Yang realm and receive a baptism, the others were still emitting a strong, chilly aura. This shocked many of the famous figures in the Yang realm. Such strong Yin Shi, and this kind of origin that faintly opposes the Yang realm. Could this be a creature from the great Yin realm? Some old monsters gasped and muttered. This was the first thing they thought of. Now, the heavens were going to be in chaos. All the realms were preparing for war, and a great chaotic war might break out. The old monsters in the Yang realm naturally had all kinds of associations and guesses. After the group from the great Yin realm arrived, they immediately became the focal point and attracted everyone's attention, especially the woman in the lead. She stood high in the air with her long skirt fluttering in the wind. Her beauty was exceptional and simply too breathtaking. It was impossible not to notice her. She had an exquisite and flawless face, so beautiful that it was a little unreal. The most important thing was that her evolutionary path seemed to be very special. Even the fallen immortal royalty wanted to get close to her. The people in the Yang realm also mistakenly thought that she was someone on their path. Immortal beauty and peerless style. Whose family's heir is this? Why do I feel that she's not weaker than me? She seems to be extremely extraordinary and quite breathtaking. A famous figure was shocked and muttered there. He suspected that he had sensed wrongly. At this moment, Ing Wudi, who was at the edge of the battlefield, was completely dumbfounded. How could he not recognize Yao Yao? He naturally knew about this legendary person, the #1 genius who had been publicly recognized since ancient times in the Little Een realm. He had even seen her before. She actually came, and she came from the great Een realm? Ing Wudi heard the old monster's whispered guess and was immediately shocked. Oh my God, this fairy sister is still alive. She's appeared again. Ing Xiaoxiao was shocked in the quasi-mortal race. Ing Zhixian was also shocked and moved for the first time. The three patriarchs revealed astonishment and couldn't help but ask, who is she? She was once a legend. Ing Xiaoxiao replied in a daze. She somewhat forgot her propriety and said, I reckon that if she's given time, she can overturn all the old ancestors and old monsters in our race. She can even beat them to death. Ing Xiaoxiao said heartlessly, which immediately made the three patriarchs' faces darken. This damn child, how could she say such things? In a certain place in the Yang realm, the former Manchurian tiger, who is now Dong Dehu, saw the scene of the battlefield between the two realms through the reflection of the crystal wall. His emotions immediately fluctuated violently. For a moment, his eyes were brimming with tears and his nose was sore. Back then, they were all killed by Tai Wu. After Yao Yao rushed over, they fought a bloody battle in front of the abyss and fought against Tai Wu. She killed her way into the depths of the abyss and was never seen again. From then on, Yao Yao no longer existed in the world. This was what Dongdu heard from Chu Feng in the Yang realm, because he couldn't see the latter battle with his own eyes. From Chu Feng's dejected and heartbroken memories, Dong Dahu had long since understood everything about that battle. At that time, Yao Yao could be considered to have avenged them. In a universe with a ceiling suppressing her, she cut off Tai Wu's Dao body that was confined to the same layer. How stunning was this? That kind of invincible battle record was truly world-shattering. After all, no matter what was said, Tai Wu was still a celestial venerable. Even though his cultivation and cultivation were suppressed, his foresight and battle experience were there. He should have been undefeated and innately invincible. But the final result was that Tai Wu's Dao body was killed. In the end, Tai Wu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He disregarded the price and used a secret technique to restore his celestial venerable level energy. In the end, he was dragged into the abyss, and his Dao body died tragically. This was what Dong Dao heard from Chu Feng. Even though he didn't see it with his own eyes, he felt as though he was personally there after hearing it. His blood was boiling. This elder sister was too powerful and simply heaven-defying. It was tantamount to avenging them. Yao Yao's arrival attracted many people's gazes. Zhou little mouth formed an O shape. She was shocked. She thought she would never see this woman again after leaving the lesser Yin realm. She never thought she would come. Did she really come from a greater Yin realm? Young lady, she was somewhat at a loss. From her point of view, Yao Yao was a mythical woman who gave her a lot of pressure. It wasn't that Yao Yao's aura was great, but back then, young lady, she had a headache dealing with this woman. The other party was indescribably beautiful, but her character was also so naughty. Back then, Yao Yao had even taken liberties with her. In the past, Yao Yao was only a remnant soul. To be precise, it was a remnant obsession. She had once possessed Chu Feng and exchanged pointers with Zhou Shi. In order to obtain the Yang realm technique, she constantly provoked young lady Shi, pinched her nose, and even spanked her, but she was simply the demonic fairy. From Zhou Shi's point of view, Yao Yao was brilliant and beautiful. She played around with the world of mortals, but she was also stunning and naughty. She left an incomparably deep impression on her. In the end, Yao Yao even possessed her and shared a body with her. She used the Yang realm body to refine her remnant soul. Perhaps it should be called a remnant consciousness. That was only an obsession. Yao Yao had experienced too many tribulations in ancient times. It was simply a miracle that she could retain a bit of vitality. Even Zhou, she felt it was a pity that Yao Yao had wasted too much time. If she had been given time and a perfect body, she might have been able to ignore the realm suppression of the Little Yin realm. She might have been able to defy the heavens and break through the strongest confinement of that universe, breaking through to an unimaginable level of life. Now, Yao Yao had a real physical body. Zhou Shi could see it. She was happy, excited, and, at the same time, a bit of a headache. But she still shouted, "Sister Yao Yao." Yao Yao glanced back. She had been elegant and cold ever since she came here. After seeing Zhou Shi, she was a bit puzzled. Then, she quickly recalled some memories. Clearly, Yao Yao still had some problems now. But this didn't affect her too much. After she thought about it, she instantly revealed a brilliant smile. For a moment, the whole world became bright and beautiful. Her smile could topple cities. It was as brilliant as the rosy dawn. Her temperament changed too quickly. "Little Shi," she shouted. This form of address made Shi happy, but at the same time, she was a bit nervous. This fairy sister wouldn't be stirring up trouble again, would she? Then, Zhou Shi rushed over, incomparably affectionate. They were once like sisters in the Little Yin realm, but after she came back, she heard through some channels that Yao Yao had fallen in the great abyss. She had been sad for a long time. Now that she could see her again, she was deeply surprised and shocked. She was also very touched. She already knew why Yao Yao had died. She dared to brandish her sword at Tai Wu alone and killed his Taoist body. The gap between their realms couldn't be crossed, and their foresight and experience were also separated by a natural moat. But all these couldn't stop Yao Yao from back then. That was simply an unprecedented battle achievement. Yao Yao's remnant spirit had roamed the world of mortals in those days. She was bright and splendid, but now she was leaning toward the cool side. But when she met Zhou Shi, she glowed with the spirit of that year. She was as beautiful as the rosy dawn. She was very happy as she crossed the sky and quickly welcomed her. Not far away, Old Gu looked at the fairy-like woman from the Gradine realm. He didn't know why his eyelids were twitching and his heart was flustered. He didn't understand what was going on. What kind of situation was this? Sister Yao Yao, Chu Feng was here just now, but he got into big trouble and had no choice but to escape. Zhou Shi quickly told her some of the situation in a low voice. What? Clearly, Yao Yao was very shocked, and her expression changed slightly. She didn't know that Chu Feng had come to the Yang realm. She didn't even know if Chu Feng could survive when she used the last of her strength to lift him out of the great abyss and put him outside. After all, she was already muddle-headed when she was on her deathbed and didn't have the strength to do more. Now that she heard that Chu Feng was also in the Yang realm, she was naturally moved and very surprised. Then, her temperament changed. She looked at the 13 powerhouses in the distance, the group of reincarnation hunters. How dare you touch my people? She was still aloof and otherworldly, and her voice wasn't very loud. However, it was like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. The 3 words, my people, weren't ambiguous or overbearing, but Yao Yao's playful words when she was playing with the world of mortals. She had once said to Chu Feng, the Manchurian tiger and the yellow cattle, even your people are mine. She had joked about taking in a group of people as her subordinates. She had made a brute like the black yak obedient and not daring to act out. She had even made the god-beast toad Ouyang Feng, who loved to spit at people, behave, and not dare to talk back. There was silence on the battlefield. Everyone was scared out of their wits. This beautiful woman, who seemed to have walked out of a painting, was actually finding fault with that supreme organization. After a woman of exceptional beauty came here, she actually looked down on the reincarnation hunters with disdain. Moreover, she was facing 13 powerhouses by herself. Do you know what kind of organization you're provoking? Who are you talking to? A reincarnation hunter who looked like a skeleton looked over coldly. His eyes gradually turned scarlet, and his murderous aura exploded in a split second, surging towards the sky. You want to kill me? Come. Yao Yao spoke calmly. No matter how one looked at her, she was like an otherworldly fairy. However, she was challenging a terrifying organization like reincarnation. Although that reincarnation hunter's eyes had turned scarlet, he was all skin and bones and emitted a decaying aura. However, he was indeed a terrifying powerhouse. He took a step forward and the void exploded. He was extremely powerful, and he circulated his terrifying energy as he charged toward Yao Yao. Then, Yao Yao brandished her pure white fist. It looked very light and agile, and there was an indescribable beauty to it. However, it made the heaven and earth rumble in that instant. The Tao patterns resonated, and then that powerhouse disappeared. He was covered by a sparkling white fist. The Tao patterns shattered him without even making contact. Chapter 1532. She had actually killed a powerhouse with one punch. All of this was because Yao Yao had nimbly brandished her pure white fist, and the sky was filled with Tao patterns. It looked like densely packed lightning as it enveloped that powerful reincarnation hunter and tore him apart in an instant. The powerhouse's corpse didn't remain. The bloody mist dispersed amidst the Tao patterns that filled the sky and disappeared in an instant. It was as if this powerful creature had never appeared. There was absolute silence all around. In the 2-realm battlefield, Yao Yao had skin of ice and bones of jade. Her clothes fluttered, and her fine black hair flew in the air. She was ethereal and otherworldly. She smiled brilliantly and brightened up the heaven and earth, but when she attacked, she was very cold. Although she was a woman, she acted decisively. She could now be considered elegant and powerful. This kind of grace and combat power was especially outstanding in front of the experts of the two-realm battlefield. She was like a Cold War immortal descending to the mortal world. How extraordinary was it to kill a powerhouse with one punch? Not to mention the younger generation, even the famous guests and old monsters who had lived through countless eras contracted their pupils. This woman was too stunning in the field of battle. The old monsters saw through the truth. Although this woman was waving her fist lightly, it was peerlessly tyrannical. Most importantly, she didn't waste any energy. It was wonderful to the extreme. When the fist light blossomed, Tao patterns filled the sky like lightning pouring down in torrents. In reality, it was communicating with the rules of the Yang realm and drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to strangle the powerhouse. At the same time, it directly attacked the great Tao fragment condensed by the powerhouse and disintegrated its form from the inside. The Tao patterns were like blazing light and resplendent morning clouds. It looked very beautiful, but in the end, it resonated from inside out and instantly killed the ancient and powerful creature that had walked out of the reincarnation path. Clang! Clang! The sound of the reincarnation blade being unsheathed rang out. Two powerhouses with withered bodies and sparse yellow hair pulled out the dark red blades on their backs. This was a standard weapon. It was exactly the same, but its level was extremely high. If it struck the enemy, it would immediately turn the enemy into a pool of pus and blood. Even reincarnation wouldn't work. This was an extremely vicious weapon that couldn't be seen by the outside world. The blade, strengthened by the reincarnation energy, flickered with a strange light. You guys want to attack too? Yao Yao's smooth and soft hair danced in the wind. She was as clear as an immortal with her beautiful eyes and snow-white skin. Her voice was slightly magnetic like the sounds of nature. However, she also revealed killing intent, a bit of a chilly aura released, as if a cold moon hung in the sky. The two reincarnation hunters, who had drawn their swords at the first moment, were definitely not ordinary primordial chaos life forms. Instead, they were truly of the great generation. If it were not for the fact that they were all skin and bones and had exhausted too much of their vitality over a long period of time, it was likely that they would become almighties of the Hung generation. Behind them, the eyes of the other mighty ones also shot out crimson light as they prepared to attack. There were 6 people lined up, their feet displaying strange footwork. Strange things happened, actually making the indistinct reincarnation path appear, drawing in great energy. Chi! The 2 people in the lead, the 2 great primordial chaos powerhouses who had drawn their swords, moved first. Their humanoid bodies carried a decaying aura, and they were all skin and bones. They had a pair of decaying wings on their backs that flapped faster than lightning, causing the void to explode. A mushroom cloud formed behind them as they charged toward Yao Yao. They held reincarnation blades in their hands, and at this moment, cold beams of light shot out. Tens of thousands of blade energies drowned out heaven and earth. It was just too terrifying. The reincarnation power covered heaven and earth. At this moment, even the expressions of the fallen immortal royalty changed. The outstanding figures among the mighty ones, the true supreme primordial chaos life forms, all contracted their pupils. That was because the 2 hunters from the reincarnation path were really too powerful. Blade light covered all 4 directions, and everything in the heavens and the earth dimmed. Only the 2 blades became eternal as they charged toward the elegant woman in front of them. Their decaying wings were densely packed with Tao patterns to support themselves. They poured all of their energy into the blades, as if they could cut through immortality and exist eternally in the past, present, and future. Yao Yao was high up in the air, the sleeves of her clothes fluttering in the wind. She didn't charge forward, but instead used a secret technique in her original position. Her white hand streaked across the void, and there were specks of light within the pure whiteness. It actually caused the void to become chaotic in an instant. Clang! 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 The terrifying sound of blades being drawn rang out between heaven and earth. It was as if people were drawing their blades from all directions. Amidst the haze, one figure after another could be seen walking out of the void. All of them were drawing their blades. It was very indistinct, but it was also terrifying. The blade energy was like the sea as it hacked straight toward the two reincarnation hunters. The bodies of the two hunters who were flapping their wings faster than lightning tensed up. Their scalps were about to explode as they felt an enormous threat. They quickly halted their figures and stopped their footwork. From being as swift and violent as lightning to becoming silent, all of this was accomplished in a single thought. The two of them raised their long blades and stood back to back. They faced the indistinct figures in all directions and faced the countless blade lights and great Tao fragments that hacked at them. The two of them felt as if their bodies were about to explode. They were actually going to be strangled to death. What kind of secret technique was that? The experts of every race were astonished. Clang, clang. The strangest thing was that the two great primordial chaos life forms' long blades were also resonating. They suddenly changed direction and hacked toward themselves. An incomparably terrifying thing happened. This kind of trend was irreversible. The two blades were like rainbows, scarlet like blood, and actually hacked at their own necks. Puffed, puffed. The dark red long blades were like blood as they fell on the necks of the two experts and directly cut off their heads. They were too sharp and too demonic. It was as if the two of them were committing suicide. This was the reincarnation blade of the almighty level. Even though it was a standard weapon, it was one of the most vicious weapons in the world and caused them to meet a miserable end. The two almighty experts turned into two pools of blood in a split second. Even their soul light couldn't escape. They dissolved and turned into nothingness amidst the dark red blood. They died in an instant. They died under their own blades. And all of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. It was so fast that many people couldn't react. The two almighty experts who were flapping their rotten wings to attack Yao Yao perished. It was too fast. A few true immortals in the fallen immortal royal race's camp had an abyss appear in their eyes. It was actually accompanied by the scene of the starry sky exploding. There was even a vague figure that appeared to perform some kind of technique. It was similar to the trajectory of Yao Yao's hands just now. Army formula. A fallen true immortal cried out in a low voice. He was very shocked. This was a domain that few of their fallen race had set foot in. It was known to be able to control the weapons of all the races in the world, but this path was practically cut off. This technique was an inheritance left behind by the Celestial Emperor. It had been deduced to the extreme, but later on, the entire immortal race turned dark. It was difficult to walk the old path, and some of the techniques had mutated and were very difficult to cultivate. Now, someone had actually perfectly displayed the peerless secret technique of the fallen immortal royal race. How could they not be shocked? The expressions of the fallen true immortals changed dramatically, and their emotions fluctuated. This woman had actually cultivated the technique of the fallen immortal royal race. It was truly too shocking. The two long blades fell to the ground, still flickering with a demonic red light. The sound of them colliding with the mountain rocks was somewhat ear-piercing, and it made everyone come back to their senses. She had killed two hunters at the primordial chaos level just like that. But she didn't leave her original position. She was still floating in midair, the hem of her clothes fluttering and her fine black hair flying. Her entire being was clear and had an immortal charm as she stood high up in the air. At this moment, everyone was subdued, including the hunters from the reincarnation road. Behind her, there were 6 powerhouses emitting a decaying aura. They had already taken their positions and used some kind of joint attack domain to make the indistinct reincarnation road appear. In the end, they didn't dare to act rashly. Old Gu's eyes went straight. Who was this? An old friend of Chu Feng's? Too valiant. Those 2 dead hunters were great primordial beings at the same level as Old Gu, yet they were killed just like that. Moreover, it was as if the 2 of them had committed suicide. Their deaths were strange and swift. Old Goose secretly cried out, "Too powerful, too terrifying." For a moment, Old Goose's face was full of brilliance. He smiled like a mountain flower in spring as he took the initiative to greet her and quickly worm his way into her good graces. Moreover, not only did he act familiar, but he also wanted she to help introduce him. "I'm Old Goo. My name is Goo Chinhai." What made Old Goo very satisfied was that after he mentioned his name, whether it was Yao Yao or the people traveling with him, they all paid attention to him. Their gazes uniformly fell on him. Old Goo immediately felt that he had gained a lot of face. He had just announced his name, yet the people of the Great Een actually attached so much importance to him. Everyone looked over. He puffed out his chest, raised his head, and bared his teeth. His smile became more and more vigorous, and his whole face seemed to be glowing. "Your surname is Goo?" the old man from the Great Een asked with a strange expression. "Yes. Am I, Old Goo, very famous?" Old Goo laughed heartily. The old man grinned at Old Goo, revealing his yellow front teeth. He was also smiling very happily. Old Goo's smile didn't diminish, but he was very disgusted in his heart. He despised him inwardly. "Why is a rotten old man smiling at me for no reason? I can't be bothered with you." Old Goo cursed inwardly. "Can't you see that I'm talking to that fairy-like woman in the sky? Why are you smiling for no reason?" The old man bared his teeth and was all smiles. Then, with a bang, he directly punched the bridge of Old Goo's nose. The strength was just right. It was neither heavy nor light, and blood splattered everywhere. Old Goo cried out. It was really King painful. He simply wasn't on guard from the start. This old bastard would give him a blow, and in the end he was punched. "Old bastard, old monster, old thing, what did I do to you? Did I steal your wife or beat up your daughter? Why did you attack me?" Old Goo was resentful. He didn't make a move because he had already seen that he really couldn't beat the other party. No matter how he looked at it, this old fellow seemed like a creature of the ultimate level. Cough. There's a person lying in a coffin at the exit of the Great Een realm. He wants us to beat the one with the surname Goo. The old man bared his yellow teeth and informed him. His smiling appearance made Old Goo want to vomit blood. Of course, after knowing the truth, he wanted to smash his head into the Great Een province and demand an explanation. It was definitely his elder brother's shady goods. He was borrowing someone else's hand to teach him a lesson. Then, with two bangs, Old Goo's eye sockets turned purple. He suffered 2 more punches from the old monster, and it was so painful that he howled miserably. But he didn't have any temper. What should he do? Fight back? Or should he go and settle the score with Li Su now? He couldn't beat him at all. At this moment, no one was seeking justice for Old Goo. In reality, apart from the people of the Great Een realm, no one was paying attention to him. Everyone was staring at Yao Yao. For example, Long Dayu had a perplexed expression on his face as he stared at Yao Yao. Then, he frowned and thought hard. Why does she look so familiar? I seem to have met her before. DZ. Within the quasi-immortal race, the third clan leader's side. How good would it be if this was their race's daughter? Why did they see evildoers again and again today? First, there was Chu Feng, and then there was this woman. This made the third clan leader of the quasi-immortal race feel very unbalanced, and his spirit was fluctuating. Many people from all over the Yang realm were watching the battle through the crystal wall. When they saw this scene, they were all incomparably shocked. Who is this? It's too shocking. She can kill a powerhouse with a raise of her hand so easily and calmly. She doesn't seem to be a creature of the great universe realm. How could she be so powerful? Countless people were greatly moved. They sighed at how powerful this woman's methods were. Are you all stunned by this woman's battle achievements? According to my understanding, this woman has the reputation of being #1 under the starry skies in another universe. Her aptitude is so high that it's terrifying. Do you know who she is? Of course, this woman is far more extraordinary than you can imagine. Her name is Yao Yao. Back then, she hadn't even matured yet, but she once crossed realms to kill the Tao body of the great martial deity. That battle was really brilliant and illuminated the sea of stars. The two of them were separated by a few realms. Some people question why he understood so clearly. I've been to the Lesser realm, so naturally I know about that battle. After the martial emperor's grand disciple, Great Marshal, was killed, that woman also fell into the abyss. Who would have thought that after so many years, she actually came from the Greater realm? Back then, Great Marshal, Hun-E, and the other disciples of the four great deities went to the Lesser realm together to search for the few treasures lost in the Yang realm. Indeed, some evolvers knew about those old matters. That person spoke part of the truth. In reality, it was that battle that made Yao Yao who she was today. How did she rise? It had a great relationship with the abyss. Originally, her corporeal body was lost in the abyss in ancient times. It was nourished for countless years until the remnant spirit merged with her corporeal body and fought Great Marshal there. In the end, she sank into the abyss and didn't appear for many years. No one knew what she had experienced. Below, there were living beings at the level of the universe. That kind of radiation was unimaginable, and Yao Yao's corporeal body had been illuminated there in the early years. Unexpectedly, it didn't die or rot. This was really heaven-defying. After struggling tenaciously, it was an unimaginable accumulation. It was also because of this that she broke through continuously after her spiritual consciousness recovered. In addition, she was originally exceptionally talented and was originally the #1 in the universe. After her true body was completed, nothing could stop her progress. Needless to say, after she entered the Greater realm, she comprehended 3 paths of evolution. Her path was resplendent. This woman is too powerful. In the future, she might even become an immortal empress. Someone sighed. Some situations of the past emerged and caused heated discussions in various parts of the Yang realm. Are they going to defy the heavens? Chu Feng came from the Lesser realm, and this woman came from the Greater realm. They were originally old acquaintances. Are they going to meet in the Yang realm? Sighed the evolver who had just said that he had been to the Lesser realm and understood the battle of the abyss. You still dare to say you've been to the Lesser realm? Just you wait. The demon Chu Feng will definitely beat you to death. This was because those who had gone to the Lesser realm back then were almost all disciples of the 4 celestial venerables. They could be considered enemies of Chu Feng. TSK, I'm afraid of that human trafficker. He knows who I am. Aren't you celestial venerable Hun Yi's disciple? I know you. I think you're called Lu Run or something. This is bad. Dao friend, don't say anymore. Goodbye. I won't see you again. That person ran away and disappeared without a trace. Of course, not everyone was paying attention to this matter. For example, Celestial Venerable Yushang was Yao Yao's true relative. But now, he was living a quiet life in the countryside and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Every day, Jun Tuo would tell him about Yao Yao's matters. Yushang was both happy and worried. His 3 children were all dead. They were all murdered by the Yuan clan. His descendants were stranded in the Lesser realm and could be considered his only bloodline. He was worried about Yao Yao's life and death. He was incomparably eager to see that granddaughter of an unknown generation. He still didn't know that Yao Yao had arrived at this time and had already shaken the Yang realm. Ziawan picked a basket of mulberries and returned to the small courtyard. She consoled him, "Old man, don't worry. Sister Yao Yao is blessed with a great life. Nothing will happen to her. She was thought to have fallen long ago in the ancient times. In the end, she still appeared in the present world and found her corporeal body in the abyss. Although she has sunk, I think nothing will happen to her. On the contrary, her vitality will be restored, and she will be even more brilliant. Maybe she's already on her way to the Yang realm, or even here. Is that so? Then I have to work hard to live. I must wait until she appears." Yushang's face was full of smiles. "You're about to enter the realm of powerhouses. Your lifespan will certainly increase by a large amount. Naturally, you can wait until that day." Jun Tuo flattered. Not long ago, he had been captured by that demon, Chu Feng, and was almost scared to death. Naturally, he was able to survive because he was flattering Yushang. He talked about Yao Yao's matters every day, so he was especially respectful here with a face full of smiles. In the two-realm battlefield, the reincarnation hunters were unwilling to accept defeat. They were special creatures that had lived for a very long time and were unafraid of death. At this moment, the six powerhouses who wanted to attack together and form a special domain raised their long blades one after another. A vague reincarnation path appeared in front of them and released unimaginable energy. This was one of the reincarnation hunter's trump cards. At this moment, Yao Yao also took the initiative to attack. She crossed high in the air, and her whole body was shrouded in a hazy light. Now, she had a celestial appearance and looked disdainfully at all the opposing powerhouses. Boom! She waved her right arm. For a moment, countless beams of light flew out, and a large rain of light sprinkled down. It was as if she had become a flying immortal and was exceptionally gorgeous. But the result was also terrifying. What was that? The rain of light was like the sea. It started from specks of stars and poured down endlessly, drowning the ancient path in front. With a bang, that vague reincarnation path broke into pieces. As for the six powerhouses wielding their blades, their bodies swayed and they almost flew out. One of them was the first to be covered by the rain of light. In a split second, it was as if he had been stripped of an epoch of his lifespan. His entire body withered and decayed. Then he split into pieces. There was no blood, only dust. When he fell, he actually turned into dust. It was just a single attack, but it was actually like this. It was as if time was long and ages had passed. The blue sea turned into mulberry fields. In a single breath, it was as if millions of years had passed. In the Yang realm, in the extreme north, the martial madman suddenly opened his eyes and said, "It seems that the laws of time are blossoming. It can further transform my time technique." As he spoke, there was a rain of light around him. Fragments of time swirled in the air as he stepped on the waves of light and came into being. When the martial emperor made his move and used the time technique, a certain famed mountain in the Yang realm also trembled slightly. A crack appeared, and a living creature came to life. An ancient voice was heard. When I was asleep, someone entered the mountain and dug up my rotting time scroll. Now he has appeared again. Chapter 1533. In the Two Realms battlefield, even though there was a light breeze blowing past, extremely weak, it was still a bit cold. Fragments scattered down from the sky, fluttering about. That was the collapse of a powerful existence, its body turning into dust. Meanwhile, all of this was because the woman who arrived from the sky raised her hand. A large expanse of light covered everything, scattering that powerful reincarnation hunter. What kind of power was this? Everyone was deeply intimidated. A peerless beauty who didn't seem like a worldly guest was actually this heaven-defying. With a turn of her palm, she easily cut down a powerful reincarnation hunter. Moreover, what did everyone see? The joint attack of the six powerful existences had formed a peerless domain and summoned a blurry reincarnation path. However, a section of it had been broken off by her. Under rumbling sounds, the Two Realms battlefield trembled intensely. That mysterious ancient path, shrouded in mist, was still collapsing. A large section blasted open. This was too shocking. Which one of the families here were ordinary? The inheritances that could come here, the inheritances that dared fight against the fallen immortal king race, were all top clans that had existed through endless history, so they naturally knew about the reincarnation path. However, now a section of its path was actually broken by someone. It was too horrifying. This young and peerless beauty looked like she possessed an immortal aura, beautiful and otherworldly, but once she took action, it was as if she was tearing through rotten weeds, simply unstoppable. Time technique, unmatched in this world, previously known as an unmatched technique. An old monster said with a sigh. He was an ultimate existence, yet even someone like him held it in high esteem. One could well imagine how powerful this technique was. In reality, from past battle accomplishments, as well as the various legends from prehistoric times, the time technique was indeed this terrifying, making one's expression change just from hearing about it. Otherwise, why would the martial madman, after being defeated under Li Su's hands back then, risk his life to dig up famed mountains one after another, searching for the lost time technique, even if it meant 9 deaths and 1 life? Back then, the martial madman truly made a great mistake. One had to understand that some famed mountains suppressed mysterious existences from the last great era or even more ancient great eras. Meanwhile, the reason he did this was to transform, to become stronger, to use the time technique to resist Li Su's unmatched technique. The Yuan tribe also has this secret technique, but it seems to be incomplete, another old monster muttered at this moment. In the field, the reincarnation hunters were lifeless and cold. Their pupils were still scarlet. They were all special creatures, and according to their lifespans, they should have died a long time ago. However, through Samsara's forceful retention, this ancient almighty's life was preserved, but its body was rotten beyond compare. It was extremely sinister. Amidst the rumbling, the remaining 5 people rapidly changed their footwork, causing the path of reincarnation to hum softly as it was summoned. They had no intention of stopping. The hunters who were holding the line at the back also began to move. One of them even shifted his position like a ferocious ghost, flickering and disappearing like a ghost, filling the gap left by the dead hunter. Although a corner of the path of reincarnation had collapsed, it was becoming increasingly clear. It was starting to truly descend into this place. After Yao Yao attacked, she had no intention of stopping, since these people insisted on attacking. How could she be lenient? She was like a fairy treading the waves, but also like the mysterious daughter of the 9 heavens who walked out from the great ancient lake. She looked like she was crossing over slowly and gracefully, but in fact, she was extremely fast. With a boom, she slapped her palm down again. A rain of light covered the sky and covered the earth. They were all sparkling and translucent particles of time. This kind of feeling gave people a sense of a sacred ceremony, but it was so terrifying that it could destroy everything in its way. What was the most terrifying thing in this world? Some old monsters would definitely say it was time. It could obliterate experts, bury all kinds of powerful families, and even bury countless eras. In time, everything would decay. Even the most powerful existence would wither away and finally scatter like dust. Nothing could last forever. Regardless of whether it was the lowly ants or the most powerful ultimate creatures, they were all equal in time. In the end, they couldn't escape and vanish into thin air. Many people were horrified. Even though they were far away, they couldn't help but fall back in fear of being swept by those particles of time. No one was willing to bear such terrifying consequences. Even a few old monsters squinted their eyes and revealed strange expressions. Such an aloof and peerless beauty was actually able to develop the time technique to such a level. It was indeed somewhat terrifying. According to legend, this wonderful technique was the most difficult to cultivate. Otherwise, how could it be known as one of the top 3 most powerful techniques in the world? The martial madman's descendant complained that it was difficult to cultivate, so he had no choice but to dismantle the time technique and simplify it into a crude version like the 1,000-Year Slayer. Chu Feng had encountered it before. Bang! This time, it was even more terrifying. The particles of light were like a sea of clouds, but they were also like the rosy clouds of dawn illuminating the world. Amidst the splendor, amidst the holiness, they revealed a supreme power that made the 3 powerhouses all dissipate. Their bodies were like sandcastles on the beach. When the waves of light slapped over, they were all rapidly annihilated. Occasionally, grains of sand from their bodies splashed up, but they were merely dust that had been leaked over the years. Nothing could resist the time technique's attack. Even the reincarnation blades in their hands were corroded and dimmed. Then, they broke apart with a cracking sound. The 3 people's bodies collapsed, and their Dao bones disintegrated. Countless particles flew about and scattered on the ground. With a boom, the reincarnation path appeared. It was like a row of black holes standing side by side, deep and profound. It extended toward Yao Yao and wanted to swallow her. She dodged and didn't face it head-on. She sensed something and suddenly raised her head to look at the end of the blurry ancient path. There was actually a large scarlet coffin lying horizontally in the dusky land. The old ultimate experts and the fallen true immortals all gasped. How sharp were their gazes? They also saw that terrifying scene. There was actually such a thing at the end of the blurry reincarnation path. In the instant Yao Yao dodged, the other reincarnation hunters attacked with all their might in order to kill her. Yao Yao's palm smashed forward. Fragments of time danced in the air like an incomparably violent tsunami. The first person was immediately submerged. His entire body was covered in light. In that instant, it was as though he had experienced countless gorgeous eras and the vicissitudes of time. His entire body aged, weathered, decayed, and then collapsed. The laws of time were truly terrifying. There was nothing it couldn't kill. Even such a top-notch powerhouse couldn't block Yao Yao's attack. Clearly, Yao Yao had used the time technique and consumed a lot of her energy. After defeating this powerhouse, she paused for a moment and didn't sweep over in a spurt of energy. The eyes of the remaining two powerhouses blossomed with a terrifying bloody light as they attacked fiercely. One of them wielded a reincarnation blade and slashed forward from the front. There was another person who wielded a dark red longsword. Imbued with the power of reincarnation, he slashed at Yao Yao from behind. The two powerhouses attacked with all their might. Densely packed runes of the great Tao flickered and interweaved. The heaven and earth rumbled. In addition, the remaining reincarnation hunters had been preparing for a long time and were about to use their trump cards. At this moment, Yao Yao didn't use the time technique. Moreover, she stood upright in the air this time and didn't dodge. Instead, she directly faced the opponent who attacked from the front and the back. She tilted her body slightly and formed a fist seal with her spotlessly white right hand. She struck forward and immediately erupted with resplendent Tao patterns. The fist seal was as grand as the firmament pressing down. This didn't seem like something a woman would do. In that instant, her momentum was so majestic that it could swallow mountains and rivers. It was grand and unstoppable. With a boom, her fist seal shattered the reincarnation blade and caused the powerhouse to explode. He immediately turned into a bloody mist in front of him. At the same time, as she tilted her body, her other hand also moved. Like a heavenly blade, she slashed behind her. With a crack, the so-called sturdy and vicious reincarnation blade was broken into pieces by her bare hands. Moreover, her spotlessly white palm seal cut through the void. With a pop, the powerhouse behind her also disintegrated. He was cut open by the runes blossoming from her palm blade. His body and soul both collapsed in midair. She broke two reincarnation blades with her bare hands and killed the two powerhouse reincarnation hunters with peerless power. Yao Yao's combat power truly shocked everyone. This time, a total of 13 powerhouses had come. Such reincarnation hunters had terrifying strength, but now there were only 3 left. The rest had been killed by Yao Yao in an instant. Such a battle record made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Great waves surged in their hearts. How powerful was she? She stood high in the air. Her dress was spotlessly white, untainted by dust or blood. She looked as though she had transcended the world. However, it was precisely this otherworldly woman who had killed 10 powerhouses in a row. This shocked everyone and shook the entire Yang realm. There was heated discussion. This was too terrifying. She actually had this kind of combat power. How many years has it been? There hasn't been any creature that has dared to compete with my reincarnation organization. You're unrestrained and have provoked a great disaster. What was rare was that the reincarnation hunters actually opened their mouths and said such words. They weren't as cold and silent as before. Normally, they were always indifferent. If they really wanted to kill someone or hunt someone, why would they say such words? They would just kill them directly. Today, the remaining three powerhouses were clearly terrified and afraid. They didn't want to die in vain, so they actually opened their mouths to stall for time. Were they afraid? Everyone was shocked. This fairy-like, snow-clothed woman had actually killed the reincarnation hunters until their hearts trembled and they didn't dare to confront her directly. How many years had it been? Ridiculous. You wanted to kill Chu Feng, but I didn't allow it. Now you dare to attack me? You're tired of living, said Yao Yao. These words made Old Gu grimace in the distance. He was upset and couldn't help but say in a low voice, "That Junta bastard Chu Feng said I'm a gnawing brother, but he himself is the gnawing sister." Beside him, the old man from the Great Een realm was all smiles. He bared his yellow front teeth and looked at Old Gu, immediately telling him to shut up and be well-behaved. How could she be so strong? In the distance, even the old monsters were whispering. They believed that Yao Yao hadn't reached the ultimate domain, but how could her combat power be so strong? The long knife with reincarnation energy and runes couldn't cut through her body. How could he know what Yao Yao had experienced? In the Great Abyss, she had been exposed to the energy radiation of ancient and matchless great cosmos realm beings for a long time. Her body hadn't rotted or collapsed. So how could she not be strong? She had experienced that kind of bitter experience. Her body had been radiated by the intense aura of the ultimate domain. She had been tempered and refined all year round, yet she hadn't died. How could she be so heaven-defying? Therefore, even with her bare hands, she could shatter the reincarnation knife and crush a powerhouse. Her body was just like an innate immortal fetus that bore Tao laws. She looked delicate, beautiful, and holy, but she was sturdy and indestructible. At this moment, there were creatures whose emotions were fluctuating even more violently than the old monsters from the Yang realm. They were the fallen true immortals. What kind of strength did they have? Moreover, they cultivated the secret technique left behind by the Celestial Emperor. They were extremely terrifying. They immediately suspected that Yao Yao had comprehended the technique of the previous incarnation of a fallen immortal king. She used the army formula and even used a secret technique related to time. This is definitely left behind by the Celestial Emperor. Moreover, it's the purest orthodox technique. A fallen true immortal's expression was grave as he whispered there. It's indeed the orthodox technique that hasn't been lost. Which Celestial Emperor left it behind? Another fallen true immortal was also moved. I think I know. It should be the technique left behind by the Empress. Could this be her sole disciple from another generation? After a fallen true immortal said this, his pupils rapidly contracted. Chapter 1534. The technique left behind by the Empress had been passed on to her. Although the fallen true immortal's words were light, they were no less deafening than a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. Their emotions violently fluctuated. It was impossible for the old monsters not to know the Empress. Their clans had records of her. Who didn't know? Even though the epic was destroyed and the world was in turmoil, these immortal inheritances still left behind scriptures and personal letters from their ancestors. They recorded some of the secrets of the past. The Empress was the only female among the three celestial emperors. She was absolutely brilliant and looked down on the ages. She moved unhindered in the heavens and earth, rarely meeting her match. She had actually left behind a technique, and Yao Yao had received her inheritance. They had never heard of the Empress having a disciple. How could they not be shocked? Even the old monsters of the various races and the rotting creatures of the cosmos had divine light in their eyes. Their chests rose and fell as they breathed rapidly. This made them feel complicated. If they could become that person's successor, these old monsters would pay any price. Unfortunately, they didn't have that opportunity. While many people were watching the fairy-like girl in fluttering white clothes and flowing fine black hair, she opened her mouth to reply. I don't know what you're talking about. These short words seemed to shatter people's conjectures. She had received the Celestial Emperor's inheritance, but didn't know about the Empress. However, she revealed a somewhat strange expression, as if she was recalling the process of obtaining the inheritance. That year, Yao Yao saw a rain of light filling the sky and flowers blossoming with a thought. Scriptures were engraved on the sparkling and translucent petals. Even if your roots are extraordinary, killing reincarnation hunters like this is still a disaster. Among the three remaining powerhouses, a small, thin, and shriveled being spoke. He wasn't human, but had a human body and a goshawk's head. He was only 5 feet tall and had a strange appearance. Although he said this, he didn't have enough confidence no matter how one looked at him. Some people could see that these reincarnation hunters were looking for a way out of this embarrassing situation and were ready to retreat. Knowing they couldn't win and could only die in vain, the remaining 3 didn't want to risk their lives. The most important thing was to bring back the news. This girl might be the Empress's successor. This news was too explosive and incomparably important. Yao Yao looked at them with a smile, immediately making the 3 powerhouses' scalps go numb. They, who had never known fear, actually felt their blood run cold at this moment. At this moment, it was like they'd encountered their natural enemy. The quintessence within their bodies trembled, and they felt like a calamity was descending upon them. This isn't good, right? At the crucial moment, someone spoke up for the reincarnation hunter. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but turn around to look. Even the people from the fallen immortal king race raised their eyebrows. People were moved. The one who spoke was a creature from the Yuan race. A very old man with a head full of silver hair and a short stature was frowning. This was an extremely ancient monster of the Yuan clan. It hadn't appeared in the world for many years, but today it actually appeared. It was a mythical creature that had shaken an entire era. Noticing that everyone was looking at him, the old scholar of the Yuan clan explained, "The mortal realm has its own rules. If a creature from the Great Een realm comes here, you're not to make a move unless you wish to become their mortal enemy." The gist of this explanation was similar to what Li Su had mentioned. The younger generation of the Yang realm, and even many of the renowned figures, were shocked. They had never heard of it before, and they didn't even know if the Great Een realm truly existed. As for the old monsters of the ultimate realm, not only did they understand, but they also understood all kinds of rules of the past. Old fellow, you're really old. You've lived for a long time, but you're almost at the end of your rope, aren't you? Behind Yao Yao, the old man from the Great Een realm spoke. He was still all smiles, baring his yellow front teeth. The Yuan race's ultimate expert, a legend among legends back then, had an unhappy expression after hearing this. He really wanted to say, "You're so old that you can't even straighten your back. What qualifications do you have to mock me?" Of course, he knew that the other party was intimidating him and threatening him. The old man from the Great Een realm spoke again, neither too fast nor too slow. He said, "The rules have a premise. If others attack us, we can retaliate. Do you want to try?" This was very forceful. Was he trying to establish his might? What kind of status did the Yuan race have? They were a top-notch clan in the Yang realm with deep foundations. Moreover, they were suspected to have defected to an otherworldly creature. At this stage, even the Buddhist race and the Tao race didn't dare to rashly provoke them. Yao Yao didn't know the relationship between her and the Yuan race. She simply didn't know what kind of tragedy ancestor Yushang had experienced in life. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be so kind right now. As for the Yuan race's old monster, he also didn't know the background of this exceptionally talented woman in front of him. He still didn't know the great karma between them. Yao Yao turned a deaf ear and simply ignored the Yuan race's old monster. She walked forward. "What are you going to do?" The 3 reincarnation hunters raised the long blades in their hands. The scarlet blades flickered with chilly radiance and carried with them a bewitching reincarnation energy. Yao Yao didn't reply and continued to walk forward. Finally, someone couldn't bear any longer. One of the powerhouses took the lead and attacked. The other 2 powerhouses had no choice but to follow up and attack with all their might. Bang, bang, bang. Without the slightest suspense, Yao Yao's sleeves were like white lightning. She waved them through the air and shattered the 3 reincarnation blades. Amidst the densely packed runes, the 3 powerhouses collapsed. They were completely annihilated. None of the reincarnation hunters survived. They were all killed on the spot. First it was Chu Feng, and then it was Yao Yao. She killed the reincarnation organization's experts in front of everyone and didn't let a single one go. This really shook the outside world and caused huge waves. Since ancient times, who had dared to go against them? At the very least, they didn't do it on the surface. Even Li Su, the big black hand of the past, was indignant and had secretly killed a few reincarnation hunters. Now, someone was killing them in front of everyone. They were completely annihilated. You guys really dared to make a move. Your heart isn't just an ordinary kind of big. The Yuan race's old monster spoke with a deep gaze. He didn't make a move to stop them, but he didn't seem to be optimistic about the Gradine party. It was as if he were watching a play. The Gradine elder didn't spoil him at all. He went straight to the point and berated him, saying, "Ignorant. If you don't understand, then don't speak carelessly. Don't think that just because your Yuan race has deep roots and transcends the heavens, you're safe just because you have an undying old man relying on the outside world. The situation is changing rapidly. In the end, it's still uncertain who will die." Everyone was moved. Was this a guest from the Gradine? He actually knew about the Yuan race and knew that they were relying on the outside world. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but feel apprehensive. The Yuan race had rebelled after all. Were they colluding with the creatures behind the ominous and ominous? In that instant, many people realized that the people of the Great Een had most likely come into contact with creatures from the outside world. They had even seen creatures from high heavens. Otherwise, how would they know that the Yuan race had rebelled? The Yuan race's old monster's voice was stern. Don't mislead our fellow Taoists. This is the same as slandering us. My Yuan race is upright and honorable. We have never betrayed the interests of the Yang realm and only wanted to save people. There isn't just one power in the outside world. None of the experts present spoke. They didn't easily declare their stance. It was because it was still hard to say who the Yuan race was relying on. They could only guess that they had defected to the enemy. After all, up until now, apart from a main sacrifice, there were still the creatures behind the 3 Emperor weapons. If the Yuan race defected to the latter, then it would be hard to say anything. That was because the person behind the 3 Emperor weapons had now passed down a decree. It seemed to be giving the Yang realm a chance of survival. Apart from these 2 opposing powers, there was still a supreme creature. It was the creature who had threatened to step on the Emperor Bone and return from high heavens. At present, it could be said that the heavenly mysteries were in chaos. Who was the enemy, and who was the most powerful disaster from beyond the realms? It was hard to say. Do you really think that our Great Een realm is afraid of the reincarnation hunters? Others don't know their ins and outs, but we do. Let me ask you, after all these years, has the creature at the end of the road ever dared to send hunters into our realm? The old man spoke indifferently. He was rather calm. These words shocked everyone. Forget about the people from the Yang realm. Even the ultimate old monsters here were moved. They were all shocked. The reincarnation hunters didn't dare enter the Great Een realm. It was truly a bit unimaginable. Was this true? Was there some hidden information? Only the fallen true immortals were shaken. Their emotions fluctuated intensely. They vaguely guessed something. Could it be that this matter was related to the Empress? Was it related to her? The fallen immortal king clan cultivated the heavenly emperor technique, but later on, the entire clan was polluted and corroded. All of them fell. Now, their darkness true bodies were in the abyss, the beautiful vision they entrusted to the outside world. They were 2 sides of the same coin. At this time, there were some among the fallen true immortals who endured their turbulent emotions. They yearned for the glorious side of the rosy clouds of dawn. They gradually flourished, wishing to understand the truth. They had some suspicions. They had always speculated that the path the Empress walked might be that of the Great Een realm. Where is the Empress technique? Where is she? Where exactly is she? A fallen true immortal said in a low voice. It was said to be the Empress technique, but in reality, the three heavenly emperors' paths were interlinked. They had long grasped each other's paths. The inheritance they left behind represented the heavenly emperor's orthodoxy. It seems like something extraordinary is about to happen. Some truths that have been covered in dust are about to be uncovered. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded. Large amounts of time particles danced about. A bronze-skinned individual with a bare shoulder walked over. He stepped on time symbols like an emperor. He was extremely dignified, his aura overflowing into the heavens. He arrived from the distance, instantly tearing through the restrictions of space. He was like a person going against the flow of time, able to reach the other side of the great Tao in a single breath. When the old man saw this person, he directly clenched his neck. He couldn't help but want to retreat. Who was this? The martial emperor, a madman. His true body had descended here. This wasn't the martial madman's skinny and withered old age, but rather his middle-aged state when he was in the prime of his life. His figure was tall and straight, his black hair scattered over his shoulders. His gaze was like a blade, extremely wild. In particular, that powerful aura intimidated many people. Even old monsters who were similarly ultimate existences felt restraining fear. At this time, in the desolate border region of the Yang realm, the Ji clan tribe that Chu Feng had lived in for a long period of time was emitting hazy light. Now, this place was already different. The divine temple fairy had awakened her past life and was extremely powerful. She developed the kingdom of heaven and earth, recovering the supreme power of her past life. It was Chu Feng's acquaintance, Dong Qing. Even though he still had the waist of a bucket, like a man, his voice low and muffled, he was also a bit different. His aura was extremely powerful. At this time, Dong Qing was speaking, saying, "Young miss, news of the Empress has come from the Two Realms battlefield. Are we going to make a trip?" "Of course we are." The divine temple fairy spoke. She also wanted to personally go to the scene. Apart from them, there were some famous mountains that were also shaking, more than one. There were some unimaginable existences that were finally going to appear in the world, all of them heading towards the Two Realms battlefield. Wind and clouds gathered in the Two Realms battlefield, all eyes on it. Right now, the fallen immortal king race was the most anxious. There were some who awakened their radiant side, wishing to know how that empress was doing where she was now. It was because from their very nature, if there was anyone who could completely save them, then perhaps it was only the empress. You said that even the reincarnation hunters don't dare enter the Gradine realm. Is there any proof? Why? The Yuan clan's old monster spoke, looking forward. The Gradine realm's elder had his hands behind his back. He gave him a look and said, "Is there a need for me to explain to you? Who the hell do you think you are?" To look down on the Yuan clan's creatures in front of everyone. This old fella's confidence wasn't a normal level, making one sigh with emotion. This was an old vicious dragon. I must ask Dao friend to explain clearly where exactly the Empress went. A fallen true immortal bowed respectfully, asking for guidance in an extremely respectful manner. That supreme existence, perhaps the Empress you all speak of, has indeed entered the great Een realm, and it is precisely because of this that the reincarnation hunters don't dare act unbridled. My realm knows a portion of the reincarnation organization's roots. I must ask Dao friend to enlighten us. The fallen true immortals all bowed respectfully, becoming more and more respectful. This matter related to the Empress was incomparably important. Chapter 1535. The Empress was in the great Een realm, earth-shattering, deafening, making everyone's minds tremble. Was there anything more shocking than this? How many years had it been? The world had always been searching for the three heavenly emperors. Now, the only supreme empress whereabouts had been discovered. Of course, the number of families that knew about the empress understood just how brilliant she was back then was limited only to the few top-level inheritances here. However, in that instant, everyone calmed down again, including the fallen immortal king race, their emotions no longer fluctuating so intensely. After so many years had passed, if the Empress was still here, she should have appeared a long time ago. Why was there no news of her? Many people's faces became serious, their hearts also sinking. The most likely reason was that back then, she was only passing through the Great Een realm. In the fading era, the ancient people had heard that the Empress walked through the burial pit, advancing courageously, resolutely stepping onto a bridge of no return, never to return. Everyone deduced that she had passed through the Great Een realm. It seems like Dao friends have guessed a bit. That elder with a mouth full of yellow teeth cracked open a smile. Then he shook his head and said, "The Empress wasn't just passing through. She actually stayed in our realm for quite a long time, just that the ancient people didn't know of her identity in the early days." The ancient people he spoke of were experts from endless time. Not even he had seen them before. It was unknown just how many eras had passed, so one could imagine just how ancient of an era this was. At the same time, this also made everyone's hearts tremble. The Empress actually stayed in this world. What did she do during those years? She was in isolation, preparing, also as if she was waiting for someone, but in the end, she didn't arrive. The elder slowly said, "This type of thing was a secret even in the Great Een realm. Not many people knowing about it. Only true immortal level creatures and their personal disciples hearing about it. However, the present was different from the past. The great world undergoing great changes, all things about to be wiped out. There was no longer any future. These things no longer needed to be hidden." The Empress went into isolation, as if she was going to die. Of course, in our eyes, this was extremely tragic, extremely emotional, but for her, it was just that calm and steady. The elder spoke about some past events, some of which they saw through, some of which they guessed. The ancestors of the Great Een could sense that the Empress was determined to forge a brand new path, a path that would allow all living beings to live. Some of the ancestors saw the Empress trying. She once let herself be engulfed by the darkness and was completely corroded by the gray fog. Then, she stepped into the silver blood pool. When everyone heard this, they were all moved. Was this an experiment with their lives? The ancestors saw that those strange and ominous things were unable to corrode the Empress. They were ineffective against her. She didn't hesitate at all and completely gave up on resisting, all for the sake of letting herself fall into darkness. At the same time, she crossed the gray fog and was dyed with the ominous silver blood. There was a time when she really fell into the abyss. She did it to save us. She used her body to seek and find a way forward. A fallen true immortal spoke, his voice trembling. This wasn't the self of the dark abyss, but rather the beautiful sustenance of his true body, the vision of his existence in this world. Then, without waiting for the yellow-toothed elder to respond, he let out a sigh. If the Empress found a way out, why didn't she return? The fallen immortal king race all understood that creatures at the Empress level didn't fear the inauspicious themselves. What she wanted to save were all those who walked their path in the future. She completely fell into darkness. The yellow-toothed elder spoke. When they heard up to here, everyone's hearts sunk. The Empress was indeed stunning through endless time, but she took the initiative to kill herself like this. Was this even possible? She returned. She was just too powerful. Even though 10,000 tribulations were added to her body, even unmatched existences falling, she still calmly made it through. Only, she herself could walk that type of path, but others couldn't. This type of path couldn't be taken by the entire world. Only the most outstanding individuals from ancient times could walk it. In the end, the Empress soared into the heavens, stepping on the death bridge. In that life, she also seemed to be waiting for someone, but in the end, she didn't wait for anyone. That was why she left, never to be seen again in this world. It was rumored that from past until now, it was suspected that all creatures who walked that bridge died. Burial pit, those buried there are at least heavenly emperors. The oldest fallen true immortal said in a deep voice. Relatively speaking, the burial pit was only a small obstacle to stepping on that bridge. One could imagine how terrifying the mist behind was on the other side. At this moment, even the usually arrogant martial madman was a bit spellbound. He stepped on the ball of light formed from time particles, and his entire body emitted an undying aura. He was so oppressive that even time and space were cut apart. The Feather Emperor was on the other side. His entire body was hazy like a dream, and his supreme aura didn't diminish in the slightest. Creatures like him were naturally gazing at the other side of the broken road. Becoming an emperor was their ultimate goal. Bang! The space fluctuated and rumbled incessantly. A vague path was faintly discernible. Reincarnation had appeared again. Yao Yao had killed reincarnation hunters in succession and slaughtered a team of powerhouses. Had she angered this organization? This time, it was especially terrifying. A coffin appeared at the end of the blurry ancient road. It was exceptionally heavy, as though it could crush a large universe. It emitted an aura of destruction. This time, it wasn't a projection. It was as though it was really about to descend. Its entire body seemed to be dripping blood, and it was so red that it made people feel terrified. Moreover, an aura filled the air and locked onto the people of the Gradine realm, including the powerful yellow-toothed old man and the old man standing beside him. "It's over," the old man wailed in his heart. This was a disaster for the fish in the moat. However, the yellow-toothed old man didn't panic and wasn't afraid. He calmly said, "There are a total of 9 coffins like this, and some incomparably important people were originally buried in them. Is it all right for you to use them like this? Aren't you afraid that the sky will collapse and the earth will cave in? You're too bold." Everyone was apprehensive, including the fallen immortal kings and the others. They had heard of an incredible event. This ultimate creature from the great Een realm knew many things. This kind of secret regarding the reincarnation road. Could it be the information left behind by that empress? That person once performed reincarnation, resurrected his relatives, and even wanted to reappear in that era. What are your identities? Do you dare to ruin that reincarnation road? As expected, the yellow-toothed old man knew a world-shaking secret. As soon as these words came out, there wasn't a single person in the 2 realms battlefield who didn't change their expressions. Even their souls were trembling. He actually mentioned that person, a creature that no one dared to speak of. Only a few people knew about it. Those who could come into contact with the secret were all families that stood at the top of the pyramid like them. And they all knew bits and pieces through the incomplete records in the ruins, broken tablets, and copper palaces. That person was too mysterious and too terrifying. As time passed, everything related to him faded. Even the powerful, fallen, true immortals. If they didn't look at the records for a period of time, the traces of him in their hearts would gradually be erased. As long as one understood and knew that person, there wasn't a single expert who didn't attach great importance to any bit of information about him. First, they heard about the Empress, and then they heard about that person's secret. How could these 2 pieces of information not shock and even horrify the people present? And all of this, the Great Een realm actually knew about it. At this moment, everyone determined that this reincarnation road was suspected to have been performed by that person. It was different from the reincarnation road of the underworld. It was truly terrifying. How many years had it been? Not many people knew about this secret. They all thought that all reincarnation roads were related to the underworld. This one was very special. It was remolded by that person. However, there seemed to be some kind of problem. I reckon you all wouldn't dare act recklessly on that person's road, but do you all dare act rashly on the 9 heavenly coffins on this road? The yellow-toothed elder shouted. At this moment, when everyone heard these words, their scalps all went numb. The 9 ancient coffins that were bright red like blood were all related to that person. The group of old monsters all felt their hair stand on end. One wave had yet to subside, yet another rose. Just what kind of background did the organization behind the reincarnation hunters have? Naturally, we don't dare. There was actually a voice transmitted over. From the end of the ancient road, near the vermilion coffin, there was a very ancient and mechanical sound wave that spread into the Yang realm. For a moment, all sides were silent. No one could calm down. Great waves swept into the heavens. Was this truly the end of the world? All types of secrets, all types of the greatest secrets from ancient times were going to surface. Even the reincarnation road performed by that person was going to be revealed today. However, the road seems to be changing. Just what kind of state is that person in? Will there be changes? The yellow-toothed elder's voice had a penetrating power. Forget about the various clans of the Yang realm. Even the fallen immortal king clans were petrified, their souls trembling. They actually heard so many horrifying great events after coming here today. The 9 heavenly coffins have extraordinary creatures buried within them. That person's own son among them, waiting to be revived. You all dare use them as an excuse? The yellow-toothed elder's voice was fierce. In that instant, regardless of whether it was the old ultimate experts or the darkness true immortal, they were all horrified, their souls about to leave their bodies. The news they heard became more and more shocking. This was truly a world-shaking event. Was something inestimable going to happen? The little stone brother is still alive. At this moment, in the ancient land on the broken mountain, 9 Daos' eyes were brimming with tears. What did he hear? When he thought back to that era, the divine voices of many people who passed away appeared in his mind. The great battle was just too bitter. Even that person's own son sacrificed himself. Now, he actually heard that person's only son was buried in a heavenly coffin. 9 Daos' face was covered in tears. He was someone who personally experienced it back then, witnessing the misery of that era. In the past, there was a period of time when he previously believed that person's son should have been revived. However, later on, all types of indications indicated that this wasn't the case. Now, he never expected that the one who inherited his father's power, the one who should have been heaven warping and unmatched, didn't disappear. He was still there, buried in a heavenly coffin. 9 Daos couldn't hold himself back anymore. He soared into the sky, wishing to head to the 2 realms battlefield. Chapter 1536. This ancient reincarnation path was actually related to that person. Moreover, he left behind 9 heavenly coffins along the way. Who were they buried within? In the 2 realms battlefield. Regardless of whether it was the rotting creatures of the cosmos or the fallen true immortals, their bodies all felt as if they had been electrocuted, going limp and numb. All of this was too shocking. At the same time, they were also suspicious. What kind of background did Great Een Realm have? It seemed to be no small matter. The Empress had previously chosen to enter life and death seclusion there. Meanwhile, some of the secrets left behind by that person were actually known by the creatures of Great Een Realm. How could they not think too much? In that instant, many old monsters felt as if they had been enlightened, some understanding, vaguely understanding a portion of the truth. Great waves surged within their hearts. Right, Great Een Realm. This name represents everything. It wasn't named relative to the Yang realm. Could it be that it has a great background? A fallen true immortal couldn't help but cry out. When he finished speaking, his lips were trembling. There was excitement, even more horror, his heart rising and falling like a raging sea. At this moment, the martial emperor couldn't calm down either. He didn't go crazy, but his breathing was hurried. The time particles around him were exceptionally rich, resplendent, and terrifying, gradually surging. Outside his body, a powerful aura expanded, covering heaven and earth. The creatures near him, including some old monsters, all backed up, feeling incomparable restraining fear, fearing that they would be injured by the time Tao laws. Even the pupils of the true immortals contracted. Gotcha! Right at this time, someone disregarded the surging time particles, tearing apart the skies, taking a step out. An elder holding a mottled copper spear appeared. It was precisely 9 Daoi. He immediately slaughtered his way over. He truly couldn't endure it any longer. He wanted to search for the source, unearth the truth of history. That person's son had offered himself up on his own. His talents were unmatched, unexpectedly still in this world, not completely erased. How could he not be moved? Right now, Nine Dowie's power was boundlessly terrifying. Even though he didn't have flesh or bones, most of his true body traveling outside. Separated from him, he was still extremely powerful. After his arrival, experts from all sides were greatly shaken. There were quite a few ultimate experts who backed up, feeling great fear towards the aura he released. In reality, Nine Dowie was already restrained enough. After all, there were youngsters and young generation below. If he released all of his energy, many creatures wouldn't be able to endure it. Even the fallen true immortals backed up, feeling restraining fear. It was because they had no way of knowing just how powerful this old fellow was. In particular, the rusted spear in his hand emitted a halo of light that made one's soul palpitate and feel like they were about to fall into it. Only one person was happy and excited, and that was Old Goo. When the martial madman came just now, he was a little scared and shrunk his neck. Now that he had a backer, he naturally had confidence. Back then, he and Chu Feng had entered the first mountain and seen number 9 in a strange state. At that time, he understood that this was a peerless master of his sworn brother's sect. Later on, through Chu Feng, he found out about the strangeness of the 9 Daos. From number 1 to 9, it was suspected that they were the skins shed by a single person. They were a single entity. This was actually his big brother, Li Su's master. He also learned from Chu Feng that 9 Dowie had displayed his might at the Soul River. His strength was unimaginable and extremely heaven-defying. Therefore, Elder Goo was calm and was no longer afraid of being harmed by the martial madman. Master, Old Goo was very shameless and shouted at them on the spot. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was this young man with rosy lips and white teeth calling that fierce person master? Even those who knew his background, Zhou Bo, the legendary elder of the Zhou clan who loved to quarrel with Old Goo, was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. In the vicinity, the fallen true immortals and the old ultimate experts were all very surprised. The newcomer was obviously an incomparably powerful being, and his disciple was actually here. Nine Dowie's hair was disheveled, and his human skin was swollen. There was no difference between him and his real body. With the bronze spear in his hand, he was like a peerless demonic god. His murderous aura surged as he stared at the end of the reincarnation path, wanting to see the truth. Who dared to touch that person's path? Who dared to have designs on the 9 heavenly coffins? Were they tired of living? At this time, his murderous aura engulfed the sky, and a terrifying mushroom cloud of energy rose around him. Evidently, he had also seen Old Goo and was slightly startled. However, his focus was still on the scarlet coffin at the end of the ancient path. The martial emperor naturally noticed Old Goo as well and revealed a surprised expression. His eyes shot out terrifying golden divine radiance as he looked at him. At this time, Old Goo stuck out his chest and raised his head without the slightest bit of fear. Moreover, he took the initiative to greet him and said, "Little Wu, long time no see. I, Old Goo, once drank and chatted merrily with my big brother at the ultimate meeting. I really miss it." This simply shocked everyone. Even Zhou Bo, who was familiar with him, was speechless. He really wanted to say, "Where's your moral integrity? Can't you be a bit more shameless?" However, he didn't feel that it was strange because this was Old Goo's instinct. He was just this showy and didn't have any moral integrity from start. In the distance, Long Dayu felt a wave of disgust. He inwardly thought that this old ruffian had really changed greatly. Not long ago, he was still cowering and backing off, but now he was so arrogant. The yellow-toothed old man was surprised because Old Goo was right beside him. He couldn't help but glance sideways. After all, he had previously been entrusted by Li Su to beat up this fella in front of him. Yellow-toothed, look at your teeth. Do you know the saying, the river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years? My master is here. I dare you to touch a single finger of mine and see. Moreover, Old Goo was unforgiving. He wanted to make the yellow-toothed old man pay the price. Either he would compensate him, or he would be punished by Geodawi. How could Geodawi have the time to deal with Old Goo now? He raised his spear and seemed to have discovered something. He locked onto the end of the ancient path, and his eye sockets were like black holes. That person left behind 9 heavenly coffins. Does this mean that the 9 most powerful experts from back then are going to revive? When he thought of that great era, Geodawi's heart surged and his blood surged. Would those familiar faces, those experts who courageously died, be able to reappear? Were some people who had left destined to return? Who exactly were within the 9 heavenly coffins? He couldn't help but think of the peak figures of that great era. They were all exceptionally powerful and could even be said to be at an inconceivable realm. Return, all acquaintances, the virtuous predecessors who have passed away, the experts and the seniors, all of you will reappear in this world. Slaughter your way into the sacrificial ground and annihilate all enemies. Geodawi spoke softly, and in the end, he even let out a low roar. He knew that this wasn't a dream. There were some people from back then, some peerless experts, that truly might return. It was that person who wanted them to be revived. Slaughter your way into the sacrificial ground and destroy the source of inauspiciousness. Slaughter your way into the heavens and settle everything in a single battle. Geodawi roared. He felt that this wasn't an illusion. The great era from back then would reappear in this era. Hot blood would spill out, and war drums would shake the heavens once again. They would sweep through everything. Not far away, Old Goo was affected. He also shouted loudly, "The world storms will come from our generation." In that instant, many people's minds were greatly shaken, resonating with him, who said that the heavens would be destroyed and that all realms would no longer exist. Since that person left behind a contingency plan, what was there to be scared of? Correct. This era is destined to change everything. A battle that overturns the heavens, the sun falling and the stars falling. So what? Just fight. An old ultimate expert shouted. Then, with a Chila sound, the sky was torn apart by the spear. Geodawi leapt out, stepping onto that reincarnation path. He was going to unearth the truth. He wanted to see those people from back then. Even if there were demons and monsters on this path, so what? What do they count as? No one could stop him, and he desperately hoped that the 9 great experts would recover. He directly disappeared and entered the reincarnation path. Everyone was shocked and speechless for a long time. This person really wasn't simple. Did he just enter the reincarnation path like this? Only one person wasn't immersed in such an atmosphere. His emotions were wandering, and he was fairly guilty. He wanted nothing more than to escape immediately. This person was, of course, Old Goo. He wanted to say, "Old Pie, why did you leave just like that? I'm still here. You're really an old demon who doesn't pay with his life." If he was really afraid, would he be beaten to death by the martial madman? Sure enough, after a while, everyone came back to their senses. The martial madman immediately looked at him with divine light in his eyes and a terrifying aura emanating from him. "Old Wu, Brother Wu, it's been so many years since we last met. You're even more elegant than before. You're truly like a celestial emperor, your aura engulfing 90,000 miles, peerless and matchless." Old Goo was stuttering there. It was a fake smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. He was genuinely uncomfortable and couldn't bring out a genuine smile. This made everyone speechless. Why did he change the way he addressed him so quickly? He was still calling him Little Wu before. After the strange dragon heard this, goosebumps appeared all over his body. He felt ashamed for Old Goo. Why bother? Was he courting death again? He was out of luck. The yellow-toothed old man also looked at Old Goo and pondered for a while. What kind of weirdo was this? It seemed like he had quite the background. Should he directly slap him to death? Seeing this old fellow also look over, Old Goo really wanted to cry. He had no choice but to become a Na again and said, "My big brother is Li Su, and my brother is Chu Feng." The first sentence was said to the martial emperor as a reminder. The second sentence was said to the old man from the Great Een realm, telling him that they were family. After all, the relationship between Chu Feng and that heaven-warping woman Yao Yao was quite deep. Suddenly, someone spoke and imperceptibly broke the silence. It came from a fallen immortal king. Moreover, this was a powerful, fallen, true immortal, one of the strongest experts in this group. He had already started to transform and was about to become a higher-level creature. There are some things that are true. The winds and clouds of the world come from our generation. He spoke and looked at everyone. This is a great world. We should strengthen ourselves. If we rely on our predecessors, what way out is there? What future is there? Even though we only have the vision of our true bodies and aren't the me of the past, so it's a bit illusory, we still want to do our part. Then, after a short discussion with the fallen true immortals, he spoke frankly to everyone and brought up a shocking idea. Whoever could enlighten them, in other words, break through the dark abyss and kill their fallen true bodies, their vision and the beautiful side they yearn for would completely pledge allegiance and follow their orders. This made everyone gasp. These true immortals were going to completely rely on them? Of course, the Yang Realm's evolvers had to display a sufficiently powerful side. They had to subdue the fallen true immortals first. Our vision is only a beautiful obsession in our hearts. Our lives aren't long, and we only have one mortal life. But this is enough. We will follow you all in this remaining life and fight to the death together. The fallen true immortals swore that they were willing to abandon everything and allow the darkness true body to fall. They would fight together with the Yang Realm's experts. While everyone's emotions were surging in the two realms' battlefield, Chu Feng was also shouting the same words as Old Gu in a desolate great mountain dozens of provinces away. The winds and clouds of the world come from our generation. Find a place and wait for my perfect evolution to return. I'll beat all of you to death. What reincarnation hunters? What Yuan clan? What earth sacrifice creatures? They would all be beaten to death. Chu Feng was full of resentment. He didn't want to run anymore. He wanted the seeds to germinate and make himself more powerful. The third sect master. Chapter 1537. There was a small, purplish-brown tree within a jar. It was no taller than a palm and looked sickly with drooping leaves. There was a half-closed flower bud at the top. Last time, Chu Feng had been forced to interrupt his evolution due to the lack of mutant earth at the almighty level. Now, he had to continue on his path. Without any hesitation, he prepared 8 portions of rare and special earth. He could add more if it wasn't enough. This was the result of accumulating sufficient evolutionary resources. He had a large amount of primordial earth in his hands, so he didn't care about consumption. As long as he could evolve, everything was worth it. The effect was immediate. The small tree that had withered last time grew violently again. In an instant, it was uprooted from the ground and was no longer dim and withered. There was a rumbling sound accompanied by the sound of thunder and primal chaos. It was as if a world tree was creating the world and displaying the scene of the primordial beginning. All the leaves were turning, and the primal chaos was rising in spirals. The scene of the beginning of the world was revealed. The great downer weaved and order grew. The first wisp of light flowed and bestowed life to all things. The first sound was released to enlighten all beings. This was extremely special and left Chu Feng dumbfounded. It was different from last time. The small tree had grown a second time and was completely different after its revival. He had thought that the tree would only grow again and the flowers would bloom again. In the end, the scene was much more astonishing than last time. He observed carefully. Although the scene of the creation of the world was hazy and hadn't really happened, it still moved him greatly and gave him an epiphany. Boom! He had now grasped the opportunity to comprehend a lot of things from the path he couldn't understand and the path he couldn't take. White mist flowed in and out of his mouth and nose. That was innate essence. After he operated the robbery induction breathing technique, it was exchanging aura with the world of the small tree. For a moment, Chu Feng's entire body became hazy. He was enveloped by the purple mist and primal chaos. It was as if he had returned to the time when all things were born. He saw the first wisp of light and heard the first sound. Then, the first Tao pattern of the world's creation formed a special pattern on his body. Chu Feng was breaking through and advancing toward the eternal venerable realm. At the Empyrean realm, the Tao realm was already extremely high. But after entering the eternal realm, one could overlook the heavens and transcend the outside world. It could even be said that one could look down upon all heroes of the past and present. There really weren't many eternal ranked creatures. At the very least, Chu Feng hadn't seen a living eternal ranked creature in this generation of the Yang realm. Ah, Chu Feng roared. His voice was muffled, like a wounded beast that had been pierced by countless spears and nailed in a cage. He was truly covered in blood. There were bloody holes all over his body, and the pain was unbearable. It was not a good illusion, but something that had really happened. He was covered from head to toe in wounds. He could see that in the void, countless weapons, from the blades of order to rotten spears, were all aimed at him, piercing and cutting him apart. Chu Feng's eye sockets were bleeding, and a line of bloody tears hung down his cheeks. He was in great pain and at a loss. He was about to break through and become the celestial venerable hung. How could he be obstructed? Moreover, this kind of death tribulation was so sudden that it didn't give him any time to react. Even his fiery eyes had been pierced. This kind of pain was unbearable for ordinary people, but he let out a muffled grunt. Runes flowed in his eyes as he forced out the two spears. Obstructing my path of evolution and destroying my great Tao, Chu Feng roared. Although his eyes had been pierced and he had suffered serious injuries, he could still sense everything around him. At this moment, boundless darkness seemed to have dyed the entire world black. The darkest hour had arrived, drowning everything in the world. The weapons on the surface of his body weren't illusory, but so real. Was this an inauspicious essence, or perhaps the source of some supreme energy? The world was silent, and only Chu Feng's body was emitting a weak light. The entire forest and boundless mountain range were covered by a thick fog. The sun and moon lost their light, and the world lost its color. Moreover, Chu Feng could hear the knell of death. Was it tolling for him? His body had begun to rot and deteriorate in all aspects. Starting from the wounds on his body, it spread to his limbs and bones, and even into the depths of his soul. There had never been a moment when he was in such danger and in such a hopeless situation. True decay, complete decay, would usually begin at the great universe level. However, he had mutated prematurely. It had appeared since the last time, and today it was several times worse. This was a terrifying misfortune. Clang! The sound of a long bell rang out. This wasn't an illusion, but a real black bell had appeared at the end of time and vibrated at Chu Feng. In a flash, his body was covered in black runes, and the smell of decay was everywhere. The densely packed, strange patterns covered his wounds. What was going on? He was evolving and on the verge of metamorphosis, but he was obstructed by such an unfathomable force. It seemed ominous, but also like an innate suppression rooted in the source of the great Tao. That's right, Chu Feng believed that there was a huge problem with the entire path of evolution. The root cause seemed to be related to the source of the great Tao, and the entire path had been corroded. I want to revive and ascend to a higher level of life. He let out a low roar. His face was covered in blood and flowing out from his eyes. However, the wounds on his body were becoming more and more terrifying. The black patterns interweaved to form weapons which pierced through his body. The decay worsened, and his entire being was about to die. I'm undying. How can I fall on the path of evolution? Chu Feng let out a low roar. His whole body erupted with radiance in order to expel the mysterious and terrifying patterns. He circulated his breathing technique to cleanse his blood and soul. At the same time, he stood up. Golden runes were carved from head to toe. These were special ancient runes originating from the stone jar. The small purple-brown tree swayed. It had already grown to 6 meters tall, and its leaves were moving like the pages of a scripture. Moreover, the sound of scriptures that could calm one's mind rang out. At the top of the tree, the pure white flower bloomed once again and sprinkled down a white mist of pollen, drowning Chu Feng within. I want to transform. I want to become stronger. With a boom, Chu Feng's entire body surged and released an inextinguishable power. The golden runes from head to toe were like eternal light as they wrapped around him. They fused into his blood and flowed to every part of his body to purify him. However, it had to be said that the misfortune this time was extremely terrifying. His whole body was covered in wounds and still carried the aura of decay. It couldn't be completely erased. Crack! It was as if an iron chain had snapped within Chu Feng's body. The energy within his flesh and blood erupted like a volcano. As his body decayed, his strength actually rose by a terrifying level. Hung Zun. At this moment, Chu Feng had become a Hung Zun in the heavenly venerable domain. This was a rare occurrence in the Yang realm since ancient times. Even in the history books of the heavens, there weren't many people like this. At the very least, this was the case in the official history books. The number of beings that had been recorded could be counted. Chu Feng's eyes flickered with radiance as his bleeding eye sockets healed. The golden light around his body was like a waterfall as it poured down from the void above his head and covered every inch of his flesh. At present, he was a single Hung Zun. This time, his Tao fruits didn't advance at the same time, but he wasn't in a hurry. Today, both Tao fruits were destined to advance. However, there was something wrong. The wounds on his body were still there, and the decay hadn't been completely eradicated. Even if he had transformed and become a Hung Zun, the misfortune was still evolving. Moreover, at this time, a rumbling sound rang out. At the end of time, in the depths of the great Tao's origin, a black death knell rang out again. The sparkling and translucent parts of his body also began to crack and were about to completely decay. Is this a fatal blow from the great Tao's origin? Chu Feng trembled with fear. He always felt that he had touched upon a forbidden area today. It was extremely abnormal. He increasingly felt that the problem with this path was very serious. There was a situation at the source that wasn't known to later generations. Perhaps this was the reason why the path ahead was cut off and no one could cross over and achieve Supreme Tao. There was bound to be endless danger and extreme terror within. Chu Feng stretched out his hand. It was pitch black and completely cracked. He had originally advanced and was in the midst of transformation, but now his entire body was black and decaying. Large areas of his flesh had festered. It is related to the special misfortune I experienced just now. Apart from this, my accumulations aren't deep enough in the end. The backlash is starting to bite back now, Chu Feng said softly. He didn't panic and examined himself with a detached attitude. He had already prepared himself mentally for this type of phenomenon. After all, he had tested himself in Zhou Shi's ancestral hall to see if he could evolve any faster. In the end, the scene he reflected back then was extremely terrifying. Zhou clan's old monster clearly told him that he couldn't take any more risks and that he needed to cool down for several thousand to 10,000 years. Moreover, today's misfortune was too extraordinary, causing him to suffer a great disaster. He didn't have a choice. How could he restrict himself for 10,000 years? At this stage, all worlds were about to be destroyed. He had to seize every moment and transform, even if it was dangerous. At this time, there was enough great power-level soil to support the growth of this purple-brown tree. The entire tree was releasing purple energy and full of Tao rhythm. The aura of creation filled the air. The petals all bloomed and gradually poured out all of the pollen, allowing Chu Feng's other Tao fruit to reach a crucial stage. It was truly a pity that the medicinal effect of the pollen couldn't completely slow down Chu Feng's deterioration. This seriously affected his evolution. Originally, The pollen was enough to sublimate his life and achieve the dual eternal venerable realm. But the misfortune was too special. It attacked suddenly, and he was obstructed. In the end, people have to rely on themselves. Chu Feng said softly. In such a dangerous situation where his life was on the line, he tried his best to calm himself down and didn't lose his sense of propriety. With a lift of his hand, his flesh fell off piece by piece. That was obliterated by the aura of decay. Even his bones were loosened and lost their luster. He calmed his heart and comprehended the Tao. He performed all the evolutionary techniques he had come into contact with in his life and gradually emptied his mind. He didn't care even if he decayed in the next moment. Chu Feng was sure that the robbery induction breathing technique was the foundation after all. He abandoned everything and traced back to the source. Since it was the pollen path, the corresponding breathing technique was the root. He was deducing and carrying out the breathing, and soul light resonance that suited him. In reality, even his soul light was being corroded at this moment. It was like flesh, as if it was gradually rotting away. Without joy or worry, he sat cross-legged under the tree again and breathed in the indescribable essence energy. It was as if he had arrived before the heaven and earth were split apart. Everything returned to the absolute beginning and returned to the origin. He could clearly see the evolutionary path here. Chu Feng was indeed comprehending and merging with the mysterious Tao source. The particles that filled the sky were like countless candles in the darkness, and also like countless dandelions fluttering in the sunset. There were seeds of the pollen path everywhere. That was the spirit, the most fundamental substance. Some people also believed that these were the particles formed from the spirits of the predecessors. No matter what, this was the Tao foundation of the pollen path. It belonged to the most fundamental thing. It had once charged above the heavens and then declined to return to its hometown. Now, Chu Feng was sitting cross-legged under the large purple-brown tree. He was tracing back and figuring out what exactly was wrong with this path. Since he could enter this special scene, or perhaps it could be said to be a bizarre domain, he wanted to walk down this time and clearly see some of the essence of this path. Last time, he had come into contact with it, and even led the old ancient to comprehend the Tao and see this path. This also led to the old ancient himself becoming a great origin Tao immortal when he broke through to become a great origin Tao immortal. The sky was filled with spirits, and countless candles flickered, illuminating the darkness. An indistinct path appeared. Chu Feng stood on it and walked forward. Time seemed to have stopped, and one couldn't feel its flow. Chu Feng walked on alone. There were endless caves on both sides. If he fell down, his body and soul would be destroyed. This kind of path stretched across the deep caves and was full of hardships and dangers. When he raised his head, he saw the scene at the end again. The path was broken, and a black heavenly moat stretched across, blocking everything. There will be a day when I become the most powerful expert of the pollen path. He vowed in his heart, and gradually became clear. He allowed his flesh to wither and his soul light to dim, but he maintained his tranquility from beginning to end. Countless spirits danced in the sky and gradually gathered over. They spread out under his feet and constructed brilliant Tao patterns, allowing him to speed up. Apart from this, a large area of spirits became increasingly beautiful. They whistled and threw themselves at his body like a rain of light, nourishing his body. The decay was temporarily stopped, but it wasn't completely eradicated. He didn't know how long it had been. He couldn't feel the passage of time, and it was as if only a split second had passed. However, when he carefully experienced it, it seemed like several thousand years had passed. The blue sea turned into mulberry fields, and 100 lifetimes passed in the human world. Chu Feng experienced many things along the way. He walked and stopped from time to truly comprehend and ponder a lot. He even adjusted his breathing technique several times. Crack! The sound of something breaking came from within his body. A shackle and a great Tao chain were torn apart. He suddenly raised his head. He had already become a dual eternal Tao immortal. Powerful power surged, and Chu Feng could clearly feel the increase in his strength. However, he didn't reveal a happy expression because there were still black patterns on his body. The bloody holes he had been pierced through earlier were still there. Those wounds were still there and hadn't recovered. Moreover, after stepping on this indistinct path, he heard the death knell again. I don't believe I can't obliterate you. I'm going to step on the most powerful path. Chu Feng muttered. He didn't believe that the calamity couldn't be completely cut down and eradicated. At the same time, he vaguely sensed a great problem at the source of this path. There was something there, something bad and abnormal that caused all of this. Chu Feng advanced on the indistinct path and gazed into the distance. Terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes. They completely turned into special symbols and pierced through the great mist. At the end of the heavenly moat, there was a terrifying scene. Was that something from millions and millions of years ago? It was related to something above the heavens. Was that the truth? What is that? Is it the most powerful expert of the pollen path? This path was broken. As expected, there was a great problem at the source. The essence appeared there and reflected the scene from back then. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.